tomorrow, when spring comes. Come Barefoot Tomorrow. Volume 2 by Misaki Seiji Namiya. Translation by Fungus Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. Star of the Blackboard, you came from the future, didn't you? Megari froze. Megari, you returned from the future to save me, didn't you? As we stood on the rooftop, my voice melted into the darkness enveloping the school. It was just us, Moan, Rokuyo-senpai and Chiyoda-sensei up here. She joined as our club advisor just the other day. Aside from Megari, everyone else was completely absorbed in stargazing, pointing up at the lights twinkling in the night sky, apparently oblivious to our conversation. The silence seemed to stretch on as if time had stopped. He looked kind of funny, with his eyes darting around and his mouth opening and closing like a fish. What are you talking about? He managed to squeeze out. The future? Haha. What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand. He was probably trying to laugh, but his lips just twisted awkwardly instead. He was also blinking nervously and wiping his sweaty palms on his pants. Even in the darkness on the school rooftop I could clearly see all that. I felt a painful tightness in my chest. My emotions started to well up, threatening to spill out of my mouth. Despite it being so glaringly obvious, Megari was desperately trying to feign ignorance and hide his agitation. His awkward earnestness was so unbearably precious to me right now. Me, someone who's always hurting people and is more than a little broken inside. Megari, a boy who's the total opposite of someone like me, has been fighting tooth and nail all this time. He's been giving it his all, day in and day out, just to be by my side. I understand how much of an ordeal it was for him, how special it was to him. Because I, myself, have been repeating the same thing over and over again. It's okay. You don't need to pretend anymore. I poured all the happiness and love I felt into my words. You don't have to hide anything from me. I feel like I understand everything that's going on. Yeah, I want you to be yourself. Mask off, laying bare your true feelings to me. Because I fell in love with you just the way you are. But it didn't seem like I got those feelings across to him. That's Megari looked down, his face full of fear. But I groaned and crossed my arms without thinking. I get it. This is his way of trying to keep me at a distance. I'm making him nervous and flustered. Well, can't say I'm not used to it already. I've grown accustomed to being feared and kept at a distance by others in everyday life. So, I think it can't be helped. I'm just that kind of person, I guess. And yet, after a long moment of hesitation, Megari lifted his head, as if he'd made up his mind about something. Let's talk, he said in a clear voice. Let's talk through everything. As much as we can anyway. Anxiety and tension still clung to his face. But his eyes looked at me dead on. Ugh, I almost made an embarrassing noise. Overwhelmed with vibrant joy welling up inside me, I unconsciously looked up at the night sky. The starry sky Megari was so fascinated with as a little boy. The countless points of light scattered against the infinite black's background. Though, right now, it just looked to me like dust clinging to a flat surface. Like razor shavings on a black mat. Or maybe dust on the hood of an abandoned car. My feelings didn't move a millimeter, nor did it leave a trace in my memory. Still, okay, let's do that. I felt that if I were by his side, I could change. Like Megari, someday I might get goosebumps looking at this starry sky. I might even get that amazing feeling of being drawn in by it. What I mean to say, for now, let's talk, is I feel like I could start to see this world as beautiful. Chapter 1. Oh, my girlfriends. Literally the first day, I guess. When did you start thinking that I came from the future? That's the question Nito was answering, surprisingly nonchalant about it. On the day of the entrance ceremony, when we were talking in the club room, I had this thought like, wait a minute, could it be? Wait, seriously? I couldn't help shouting. On the day of the entrance ceremony in the club room, wasn't that the first time I time traveled? When I inadvertently found myself 3 years in the past, and was running around like a headless chicken. Come on, that's way too quick. Basically figuring it out right off the bat. Why did you think that? I asked her insistently, as I couldn't wrap my head around it. I mean, we didn't even have a long conversation or anything. So why? Well, at the time, Megari, you were playing the piano. Nito said it as if it were obvious. Plus, you were spilling out your feelings right in front of me too. It'd be impossible not to notice. To be honest, I tried to recall that moment. I definitely thought I was hallucinating at the time, and I was emotional because I was able to see Nito. The last time I thought I ever would. Oh right, I said something like, I'm glad I got to see you again while I was playing the piano right in front of her. So that's what it was. Right. Okay, so that's how she figured it out. Busted straight away. I feel stupid for not realizing it sooner. Letting out a sigh at my own carelessness, I resigned myself and idly looked around. We'd come to the astronomy club room first thing in the morning and Nito had taken me into a small room next to it, commonly called the spare room. As per our promise on the rooftop, we'd come here to talk about my time traveling. The room was somehow even more cluttered and musty than the club room. It felt pretty cramped with just the two of us in here, and we were much closer together than we usually were in the club room. But still, that cramped feeling was perfect for having a secret conversation. Sitting on the floor, I felt more relaxed than when I was thrown for a loop on the rooftop. So, in the upper right corner of my vision, Nito was sitting on a desk, swinging her bare feet. You're time traveling, Megari. You've been going back and forth between here and there many times. You'll admit that now, won't you? Yeah, I nodded, hanging my head dejectedly. Everything you've said is right. Yes. Sigh. I said it. There was no talking my way out of this, so I spilled the beans about my time travel. Just as she said after the graduation on the last day of high school, I was in a panic over the disappearance of my ex-girlfriend, Nito. And completely by accident, I stumbled across a way to travel back to the entrance ceremony. By playing the piano in the astronomy club room I can travel to the past. I can redo my high school life. Meaning, I might be able to save Nito, right? Maybe I can change the worst possible ending and stop her from disappearing. With those thoughts in mind, I decided to do my best to keep the astronomy club alive so I could stay by her side for 3 years. After leaping over hurdle after hurdle I managed to gather 4 members and get the school's approval. My plan was to keep all that stuff hidden until the very end. I didn't plan on telling anyone about time travel and all that. I wonder why, but I feel a bit guilty about it. I didn't mean any harm, but it's friggin' awkward for my secret to be found out without me being the one to reveal it. And what's more, there's something else that's been nagging at me. All right then, I mustered up some courage and raised my voice, finally getting at the heart of the real issue for me. What's the deal with you, Nito? Nito, tilting her head, stared at me intently. I mean, to notice my time travel from a trivial thing like that. There's no way it's normal to see through it just from me playing the piano a little. Yep. It's definitely strange. All I did was clumsily play the piano. Anyone who didn't know wouldn't think anything more than, he's not very good. Yet, Nito noticed. She sensed that I was time traveling. So, that would mean, Nito, are you doing the same thing? I asked nervously. Are you redoing high school too? Yes, Nito answered simply after a short pause. I'm just like you, Megari. I'm redoing these 3 years of high school. Thought so. The trigger is the same too. Playing that melody on the club room's piano. Ah yeah, that makes sense. Not just me, but Nito too, came from the future. And, like me, she was playing the piano to do so. That explains a lot. Why she's so oddly composed even though she's only meant to be a first year. Why she's so incredibly talented in both music and academics. Why she seems to have opened up to me and Rokuyo-senpai so easily, even though we only just met in high school. I'd been wondering about those things for a while. Still, it's pretty shocking to think Nito has been rewriting the past, just like me. But there are a bunch of things different from you, Megari. Despite my shock, Nito's voice remained light-hearted. Like the rules of time travel. The rules? Yes. Nito hopped off the desk and made her way over to the window. Megari, this is your second time going through high school, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not on my second time, though. Huh? And for the record, it's not the third time either. I was at a loss for words. Not the second, nor the third time. Huh. What does that mean? She's been redoing it numerous times? Like she's in a loop or something? Not moving back and forth like me, but repeating the past over and over again? So, how many then? I asked with a mix of fear and curiosity. How many times have you already repeated high school? My heart was pounding like crazy. I was freaking out a bit and didn't fully understand why. Is it possible she's redone it dozens of times? No, maybe even hundreds. Countless? But that's a secret. Nito's answer was blunt. Either way, it's a fact I've done it many more times than you, Megari. What? Tell me. I have the right to know that much, don't I? But you might be put off, you know. When I glanced at Nito, she looked unusually shy and hesitant, avoiding eye contact. Like, repeating these 3 years over and over. It's too much. You might be put off. Nah, I don't think so. Besides, mentally I'd be much older. I kinda don't want you to know that. Ah, I see. I think I get it. It made sense. For instance, if this was her 4th time redoing high school, if she'd repeated it 3 times already, that'd make Nito's mental age around 25 years old. That's pretty mature. But, wow. To think Nito is actually over 20 years old mentally, despite how she looks, it feels kind of erotic. It's like she's an older woman in disguise. That means I'm alone with an older woman right now. Megari, you're thinking something weird, aren't you? What? No way. Definitely not. Ha ha ha. I don't believe you. Nito was giving me a sidelong glance. I'm telling the truth. Anyway, forget about the number of times. I felt like those eyes could see right through me, so I rushed to change the subject. Why do you keep repeating high school? There must be a reason for it. At least tell me that. Yeah, I was also curious about that. Nito, who seemed to be sailing smoothly through high school. Nito, who was supposed to be living a life that anyone would envy, making her dreams come true every day. Why is she repeating these 3 years over and over again? What is she trying to gain by doing that? The reason, Taking a deep breath, Nito half closed her eyes. The morning sunlight streaming in through the window cast shadows on her face. That expression, it overlapped with the Nito I had seen once before. It looked so ephemeral, as if it could disappear at any moment. I mess everything up, she murmured, as I held my breath. No matter how many times I try to fix things, I always end up hurting the things that are important to me. I just seem to mess everything up. My heart was beating its way out of my chest. It felt raw, like touching someone's wound. The pain of Nito's reality, bleeding through her words. From her shaky voice, even an insensitive person like me could clearly tell she must be hurting herself as she's telling me this right now. Something she didn't want to say, but did it for my sake. With a tired smile, Nito said, I failed, didn't I? She continued, her words seemingly spilling out of her. In the future you came from, I ended up unhappy, right? Yeah, that's right. After a moment's hesitation, I gave her an honest answer and a nod. It was a pretty tough situation. Truthfully, in the future I had seen, Nito disappeared, and she left a suicide note at her apartment too. I thought about hiding it, but Nito would probably see through the lie immediately. So, it's better to admit it without beating around the bush. Yeah, well, that's why. Nito took a deep breath, her chest expanding. I wanted to change that future. She exhaled deeply. I wanted to change our worst possible ending. What she said was vague. I didn't understand exactly what she meant, and still didn't know why she disappeared. Messing everything up? Hurting important things? What does that even mean? But, okay, it was enough for now. She'd shown me her wound so openly. She'd shown me her vulnerability. For now, that was enough. I understand. Thanks. Truthfully, I felt a clearer sense of what I needed to do, what I should get by using time travel. All right. I slapped my cheeks with both hands to focus up again. The future I was aiming for was one where I can be by Nito's side, to save her from all the pain and stop her from disappearing. Basically, it's a future where Nito's wish comes true. So I'll fix everything, the pain Nito feels, and my own regret. I want to eliminate it all, one by one. Let's talk about what we'll do from here on out, I said to her with as cheerful a voice as I could muster. Why don't we team up, share information, and give it our all together? That way, we might have a better chance of changing the ending than if we tried to do it alone. It seemed like the best plan to me. We were lucky enough to bump into each other as people wanting to do things over. So, why not team up? If we work together, we can solve each other's problems. But, about that, Nito, still looking hesitant, said, I thought about it too, but maybe we should just keep going as we have been, huh? As we have been? Yeah. Like not working together or coming up with any schemes. Why not? Is it because you're embarrassed about your egos? Well, that's part of it. Nito nodded with a bitter look on her face. I could understand how she felt. Actually, it was pretty tough for me when my time traveling was discovered. Plus, she felt embarrassed about revealing how many times she'd redone these 3 years. It made sense that she wanted to avoid revealing any more. That said, so, are there any other reasons? I couldn't give up, so I tried to dig a little deeper. I want to help you, Nito. Not just with my time traveling, but also with anything else you need. Is that not okay? That was partly why I came back to the past too. To help Nito. To help solve the problems she was grappling with. So, this was a golden opportunity. I didn't want to give up on teaming up that easily. Well, Nito searched for the right words for a second before answering. I feel like each of us should achieve our own goals on our own, she said with a tired smile. I feel like it won't mean anything if I don't achieve the future I'm aiming for by myself. Having you help me seems like it's putting the cart before the horse. Ah, I see. It's not just about changing the ending. I want to change myself too. Without that, then I don't think it's a real solution, you know? So I think it's better if we give it our best separately. What she was saying definitely made sense. The same might be true for me. This time, I'll stand beside Nito. I'll become a person worthy of standing there. To achieve that by teaming up with her seems kind of contradictory. I have to do it on my own. Otherwise it's meaningless. Just so you know, I never cheated in my music. My success isn't because of the time resets. I always release the songs I created in high school during my first loop as new ones. It worked out the first time, and it's still working now. That's amazing. So, Nito said, staring straight at me. I think we should stick to what we've been doing. What do you think? All right. I gave Nito a firm nod in response to her unwavering gaze. Okay, let's do that, then. We'll carry on without touching too much on the time travel stuff. I was satisfied with that. We'll keep behaving just as we have been, like any other high school students. We won't interfere with each other's time travel. We just silently watch over each other. We were like partners in crime, or maybe rivals. It was a weird relationship. I think we should keep the distance. Yep, that'd be great. Nito nodded and smiled. She looked relieved, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Well then. Please keep looking after me, Megari. Yeah, right back at you. Seeing her face looking like that after what seemed like so long made something warm blossom in my chest. Section. After school that day, the usual suspects started astronomy club activities. We have a ton of footage this time, so that's helpful. But, like, the footage from the rooftop is too dark to use, isn't it? Rokuyo-senpai and Igarashi-san were chatting away while working on their laptops. Today, Rokuyo-senpai was exuding his usual manly, outgoing aura, while Igarashi-san radiated her trendy, kind of moody Gyaro vibe. They were hard at work creating a video scheduled for release next week. From my perspective, it's like a gathering of high achievers. As an average Joe, I can't help but feel like, am I really supposed to be here? Meanwhile, Nito and I were scouring the net for topics for the next video. We were checking out the activities of astronomy clubs at other schools and videos from space-related YouTubers. What to do? Personally, I want to run a planetarium at the cultural festival, so maybe we should make a video of a prototype for that. I should add, unlike when we made the last video, there's no particular time limit this time. So, the mood was a bit more relaxed, and everyone was pretty laid back. Despite all the banter, I never felt uncomfortable either. Ah, by the way, Nito suddenly raised her voice. I thought I should just let everyone know. Then came her announcement. Megari and I. We've decided to start dating. What? For real? Huh? All three of us were floored. Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai, and even I, were surprised by what she'd just dropped. What? You're saying it now? Right here, out of the blue? Without any warning? Both Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai's expressions changed dramatically. Why, you're dating, like boyfriend and girlfriend? Oh man, I completely missed that. When did you guys? Well, obviously that'd be the reaction. We've never given off that kind of vibe before. And whether she noticed there, and my agitation or not, yeah, well, I've kinda fallen in love with Megari, she continued with a coy look on her face. So, I confessed. I asked him to date me. No shit? Nice going, Nito. You're kidding, Chika confessed. It's all good. I'll be rooting for you. Chika confessed. That can't be. Everyone was talking all at once. Rokuyo-senpai, you're such a good person. Thanks. But hey, Igarashi-san, it's not a lie. So please accept it. Though, at the same time, I was also a bit surprised, mainly about the way she told everyone out of the blue. In my first high school life, when we started dating, we didn't really tell anyone. I wonder how things will turn out this time? And more importantly, anyway, from now on, please treat us as a couple. Nito said while beaming at them. Deep down, she really does think of us in that way. Section. Phew, replies done. We were on the way home after the club meeting. It seems Nito just finished replying to music-related messages. She looked up from her smartphone and started walking with visible relief on her face. The release date for our first music video has been decided. It's getting really busy. Yeah, you must be tired. Sounds tough. It is. Yeah, but I've got to do my best, Nito said casually and smiled. We're just getting started. The beginning is always the most important part. You know, it was transitioning into the rainy season. From early June to mid-July, both the temperature and the humidity were high, and the air was thick with the unpleasant smell of bitumen. It's been almost 2 months since I came back to the past, though it feels like a weird way to say it. Personally, the seasons here have become more normal to me now than the ones in the future. By the way, Megari, Nito suddenly leaned in to peer at my face as she walked beside me. You looked kinda confused earlier when I told everyone that we're dating. I mean, what's the matter? I get that it was sudden, but it felt like there was more to it. Sharp as always, my Nito. Well, yeah, I did yell when she said it, but I didn't realize that she was even able to read my expression. You didn't want to tell everyone? She asked, looking a bit anxious. Beyond her silhouette, the setting sun was blaring into shades of orange. We were about a 10-minute walk from school. The narrow suburban street was filled with warm light. Nito smiled faintly as she stood in the midst of that, blending in with those colors so well that it made my heart ache. I didn't not want to tell them, but I hesitated for a moment, then quickly gathered my thoughts. It's just that. It felt like things were left unclear. Unclear? Like, on the rooftop we decided to date, but right after that we had that important talk about time travel and other stuff. It ended up feeling like things remained the same as before. So I was a little anxious about the dating situation. Yeah, there was a feeling of us being swept along. We'd become a couple, but with so many other big things going on, it was as if that topic got swept under the rug and forgotten. So when you said that, I felt relieved. I mean, it's good to know that part hasn't changed at least. I'll admit, it's a bit pathetic of me. Honestly, I should have been the one to ask, not her. I should have asked, so what about us? But, for some reason, I felt like if I brought up the topic of us dating, Nito might have said something like that. Oh, let's not. I was so scared of that happening that I couldn't muster the courage to ask. Thanks. I feel better now because of you. I breathed a sigh of relief. Nito's nervousness seemed to fade away in an instant. Nito let out a sound of utter delight. When I turned to look at her, she was smiling from ear to ear and her cheeks were dyed a faint peach color. In a teasing voice, she asked, "Oh, Megari, were you worried?" Why yeah. Worried that we might not be dating after all? Why yes, but, I see. Nito was nodding happily for whatever reason. What's with her? Why is she getting so excited? Then, As if dancing, she approached me and linked her arm with mine. She grabbed onto my arm and held it tight. Surprised, I tensed up reflexively. She's so close. This is the closest I've ever been to Nito in my life. Our bodies were currently pressed together. And she smells so good. Something soft is pressing against me too. It's warm. Is this really okay? Doesn't this situation make it seem like I'm the one sexually harassing her or something? How about now? Does it feel like we're a couple now, huh? I guess so, maybe. I dunno. It's still not enough, huh? Nito said, her face furrowed in thought. Then, as if making up her mind, she leaned in and touched her lips to mine. It was the second time. This was the second time I'd done this with Nito. The first time being on the rooftop. I froze in place at the suddenness of it, the lingering sensation of Nito's lips on mine, the faint moistness, and the strong feeling of happiness welling up inside me. So, how about now? Looking at her, Nito's cheeks also seemed to be dyed a peachy color. Do you finally understand that you're my boyfriend now? Why yeah, I get it now. I nodded repeatedly while battling the intense pounding of my heart. Thanks. My worry is all gone now. Ahaha. That's good then. Nito started walking, and seeing that, I also started taking hesitant steps forward too. Looking up at the northern sky, filled with purple clouds, she took a deep breath and said, "Don't forget your promise to cherish me, okay? I won't. And always stay by my side. If you cheat on me, I'll kill you." "That's a given. Don't worry." It was so unexpected that I burst out laughing. Do I look like the type to cheat? I only have eyes for you, Nito. And there's no one else to cheat with anyway. You sure about that? Yes, I can say it with absolute confidence. I paired that with a determined nod. Yep, I can say that with certainty. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. So, I took a deep breath and I revealed a painfully sad fact to Nito. Because in my first high school life, I started saying, I never even had the chance to be alone with another girl besides you. Just so you know, the category of girls doesn't include the name Makoto in this case. She's more like a mascot character, so she doesn't count, alright? Section 1 week later I found myself alone with a girl my age, and she definitely wasn't Nito. How the heck did I end up alone with Igarashi-san? Near Nito's house, in a suburban area, there's a park. I was sitting on a bench in that same park, head in my hands. Sitting next to me was Mona Igarashi-san, who's in the same grade as Nito and I at Amanuma High School and another member of the astronomy club. A bona fide girl. She had bright, wavy hair and a petite body, immaculate makeup, and a kind of confident look about her. Even her clothes were stylish. Well, I didn't think something like this would happen. To meet up on a day off, just me and another girl. Wait. Does this count as cheating? Would Nito consider it cheating to meet a girl alone like this? If so, what should I do? There's a chance I might get killed, huh? What's wrong with that? But Igarashi-san just tilted her head, looking confused. What's the big deal with us being alone? Feeling a weird pushback, I nodded without even looking at her. I mean, we just started dating and this happens. Is it okay to be doing this? Yeah, it's fine. We're just talking. But Igarashi-san looked annoyed, but I couldn't shake off my anxiety. I can't guarantee it's fine. Nito might freak out. There's no way she would. She's not that controlling. But you don't know. Only she knows that. You're so annoying. There's absolutely zero chance anything's gonna happen between us anyway. So it's fine. Just be chill about it. No, it's not absolutely 0%. I couldn't help but pull her up on such a careless statement. It's in my nature as a science-minded person. There might be some unavoidable reason, so the possibility of it happening can never be zero. Yes, we have to consider all the possibilities. Like, someone trying to mug us could randomly show up and say you guys, start making out. Or we get abducted by aliens and used as human samples for breeding. Sure, the chances might be close to zero, but you can't say it's absolutely zero. Being the astronomer aspirant that I am, I wanted to clarify these nuances. But Igarashi-san responded to my explanation with a look of total shock. Not zero. That means, You're looking at me that way, Sakamoto. And, while leaning away from me as if to make some distance between us, she stammered, "Grow. Why, you're definitely overthinking this." Wait. She almost said gross just then, didn't she? She barely managed to correct herself, but she was about to say something really mean. I'm sure of it. No. It's not like I actually think anything will happen between us. I just wanted to say that there's no such thing as a 0% chance. I need your advice on something. Last week, Igarashi-san sent me that message. It was the night after Nito told the club that she and I had started dating. About Chika and me. How about this weekend? About Chika and me. Igarashi-san had a tendency to be dependent on Nito, her best friend. And, she couldn't bear the thought of not being best friends and acting that way. She wanted to walk to and from school with Nito, and couldn't stand it if strange people got close to her. It seemed she wanted to be the closest person to Nito, both now and in the future. Well, I suppose that kind of relationship isn't that uncommon. Even though people are just friends, they can get kind of possessive of each other. It's not so much that they're on equal footing, but more like they're leaning on each other in a precarious way. When Nito and I started working together to revive the astronomy club, Igarashi-san whined to me that she used to spend that time with me. She even ambushed me on my way home. But, Igarashi-san herself seemed to realize that wasn't healthy. After a heart-to-heart with me, she decided to join the astronomy club to find a new relationship with Nito in which she didn't depend on Nito or lean on her too much. And once we were done with recruiting new members, our club activities finally started picking up steam. That's why she came to me for advice on how to stop depending on someone. Chika lives really close to me. You know, Igarashi-san started off the conversation that way. It's about a 20-second walk, I think. Her house is just a few houses away from mine. Oh really? I was a bit surprised, as I'd never heard that fact before. Remember when we all went to Nito's house that one time? Did we pass by yours then? Yep, we did. We actually passed right in front of it. Wow, I didn't know that. Then why did you come all the way to the station to pick me up? Well, you know, the roads can be tricky. Igarashi-san, you're surprisingly kind-hearted. First, let's figure out how dependent she is on Nito. Along those lines, I was asking Igarashi-san about her current relationship with Nito. I already knew the story of how they met and became best friends. As she'd told me last time, they met at kindergarten, had a fight, and then became good friends. All right then. Next I want to see how things are right now. How Igarashi-san is interacting with Nito. I'm curious to know just how much they can't live without each other. If we start from there, we might be able to find a way forward. So, being neighbors like that was a big deal for me. Igarashi-san continued. Every day, we walked to and from school together, hung out together in the afternoons, and I've gotta say, it made me super happy to spend so much time with her. Ah, I see what you mean. A childhood friend who lives nearby. If I'm honest, it's a situation I'd personally love to be in. Having someone you get along so well living a few doors over, and being able to hang out together through kindergarten, elementary, junior high, and high school, that's a huge treasure. 'Cause we're close, we can quickly run to each other when something happens, Igarashi-san proudly added. When I had this huge fight with my parents and was bawling my eyes out, or when I got really pissed off because the teacher yelled at me for no reason, Chika came to my house right away. Oh, that's right. She cut herself off excitedly. Back in junior high, there was this random high school boy Chika didn't know who kept stalking her. He even came near her house, so I got so mad I reported him to the police and school, and chased him off. Seriously? You chased him off? Yep. It was so fun. I really talked him into a corner. Scary. The dreamy face Igarashi-san made as she reveled in the memory was terrifying. This dark side of her came out from time to time. I wish she'd stop doing that. On a side note, it's good that she was able to chase off a high school stalker when she was just in junior high and came out unscathed. But seriously, please rely on the adults around you if the same thing happens again. Oh, Also, there's something else that made me really happy back then too, Igarashi-san continued as she stared down at the toes of her sandals. At the end of junior high, we had this presentation about my special place. So, I chose to talk about the area within a 30-meter radius of my house. Like my house, this park, and Chika's house. I explained how these places are important to me because they're where I always hang out and they're so close by. I mean, obviously, my house and Chika's house are super important, and this park too. You know, we've been playing here since kindergarten, so I've got lots of memories. Oh, so it's like your favorite park, huh? I took a deep breath and looked around. It was a medium-sized park in a suburban area. The playground equipment, lawn, and gazebo were all well maintained, and there were several families playing. Just imagining Nito and Igarashi-san hanging out here as kids made me feel a sense of peace. So, without any particular expectations, I was watching to see what place Chika would do her presentation on. Back then, I sort of felt that I liked Chika more than she liked me. I wasn't expecting her to have the same thoughts or anything. But what she presented was about here. This bench. Whoa. I let out a louder voice than I meant to as Igarashi-san pointed to the wooden bench we were sitting on, and she said something like, "It's the bench in my neighborhood's park where I often talk with my best friend Moan." That made me really happy. It made me realize Chika really cares about me too. You know, that we're each other's most important person. I see. Anyways, that's how it is, Igarashi-san said, taking a deep breath. She's really like a best friend. We have countless memories together. We've hung out a lot, and even had a few fights. I'd know if I'll ever find such an important person to me again in my entire life. Ah, I think I understand now. I think I've finally understood the depth of their friendship. It's not just emotional closeness, they're literally physically close as well. They've shared countless memories together, and they're always there for each other. I don't have a friend like that, but I imagine that it's a relationship that feels not just like a friendship, but also like family. I remember Igarashi-san blaming me for not being able to go to school with Nito. Reading between the lines, she basically told me it was my fault they couldn't go to school together and I should back off. At the time, I was taken aback and thought, what's the big deal about going to school together? But now I understand the reason behind it. But, you know, in that instant, loneliness crept onto Igarashi-san's face. We're high schoolers now. We can't stay in that kind of relationship forever, she murmured softly as she looked up at the sky with a distant expression. And there's the different paths we'll take in the future to consider too. I guess I won't be able to keep thinking of Chika as mine forever. She's probably right about that. When you're kids, just living nearby was enough to be best friends. You could spend a lot of time together and have a special relationship, but when you become a high school student, you can't always be like that. Club activities and studying become more serious, and you have a lot less free time. In Igarashi-san's case, her best friend is Nito. She's going to become a nationally popular musician in the 3 years to come, and start living in practically another world. In fact, she hardly came to school at all leading up to graduation, so they can't always be pseudo-family. I wonder what kind of relationship would be best for us, Igarashi-san said, looking concerned. I'm sorry, but can you help figure it out with me? Sure. Leave it to me. Looking at her face again, I thought to myself, I really hope Nito and Igarashi-san can keep their friendship strong. They've been such close friends, and even as things change, I want them to always cherish each other. If they succeed, it would definitely have a positive impact on Nito's future, on the problems she herself is facing, on the things she's trying to solve by redoing high school over and over again. I have a feeling that Igarashi-san's presence will play a role in resolving her loop. I just had a strong gut feeling it would. So wait, I just had an idea. I should go back to the future again, to see what kind of ending the two of them will reach as they are now, and what they need to do, if we want to figure out what to do next. That's probably the most efficient way to go about it. Oh, by the way, as I was lost in thought, Igarashi-san's tone suddenly changed. I could see that she was fidgeting. with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes as they fell to her feet again. "How've things been lately, Sakamoto?" "Huh? Meaning?" "I mean," she mumbled and shot me a quick glance. "How've things been with Chika?" Oh right, that's what she's trying to ask. About how things are going with Nito now that we've started dating. Codependency aside, of course she'd be curious considering the fact that Nito, a girl who has always been by her side, now had a boyfriend. And, for my part, I didn't mind filling her in on what's going on. That said, I was at a loss for words on how exactly to describe it. "Well, yeah, I suppose things are going pretty well." My response ended up being incredibly vague. "We haven't had any fights or anything, so I think it's going well." To be fair, we'd only been dating for 10 days, so it's unlikely we would have had anything to fight about yet. There was a bit of tension because of the time travel stuff, but I can't exactly tell Igarashi-san about that. Still, it feels kind of embarrassing to talk about how things are between Nito and I. So, I started fidgeting, and my voice grew quieter. Oh, I see." Igarashi-san was the one who asked the question, but for whatever reason she was fidgeting too. Her cheeks colored light pink. "What's up with that?" "Don't get all embarrassed when it's you who asked me." By the way," Igarashi-san continued in a shaky voice. Have you guys, done anything?" "Huh? Done what?" "I mean, you guys are a couple now, so, like, touching and stuff." No, we haven't done anything like that yet. We literally just started dating." "Who asks that kind of question anyway?" "Well, I mean, we do bump into each other from time to time when we're together, but I've never intentionally touched her or anything like that." But, doggedly, Igarashi-san refused to give up on her line of questioning. "What about kissing?" "Phew, you're high school students, so you must have done it, right?" I paused for a moment. I guess it's okay to share this much. Nito didn't bother asking me before she told everyone about our relationship. After all, it should be fine to tell her best friend about it in secret. Yes, that did happen. Yeah, it happened. Hopefully that answer satisfies her, because I want this extremely embarrassing romance talk to be over already. Apparently Igarashi-san didn't get the memo though. Wow. It came out of nowhere. 1 second Igarashi-san's voice was barely a whisper, and the next she was yelling, "You've already done that kind of thing with Chika? What? Why are you so surprised? But you haven't been dating for long. Is that okay?" "Was Chika okay with it?" "Yes, she was okay with it. She was the one who initiated it in the first place." "You're lying." Igarashi-san's face was a picture of shock, her eyes wide. "Chika doing something like that? With you of all people, Sakamoto? There's just no way." "Hey, ease up a bit. You do know I'm her boyfriend, right?" Her usual harsh treatment hurt my feelings a bit, but Igarashi-san lowered her eyes and mumbled something softly. "Not like it matters, anyway." "Huh? I've done it before," she mumbled in a raspy voice. Done what?" She raised her head and glared straight at me. "I've taken a bath with Chika before. It's not a friggin' competition, you know." Our shouting echoed up into the sky above the park. After drawing dubious looks from a family nearby, our voices gradually faded away into nothing. So it's about the current Igarashi-senpai. I was back in the present timeline club room, which I hadn't visited in a fair while. After hearing me explain the situation, Makoto crossed her arms with a complicated expression on her face. Now that I think about it, it's been about a week since I last saw this Makoto. She had short blonde hair, wore her uniform in a way that definitely broke school rules, and had a surprisingly mature face. Right now she looked like a teacher grading tests, with that contemplative look on her face. Yeah, I'm curious about how things have been between Nito and her. I kinda hoped I could ask her myself. I picked up a nearby mineral sample while I spoke and examined it intently. If I know what's going to happen beforehand, it'll be easier to deal with when I go jump to the past. Makes sense. Makoto nodded. Her gestures seemed pretty much the same as our first high school life, but I still picked up on a few subtle differences. Firstly, she's become slightly more distant towards me. Unlike the first time, there were now 2 other members in the astronomy club besides Makoto. The closeness we used to have has kind of faded away a bit, and it feels like a slight gap has opened up between us now. It's a little sad, frankly. It's a shame that we've lost the casualness we used to have, but we can still make the most of it moving forward. So, first I wanted to figure out how to deal with the past timeline. Also, it turns out Makoto is the president of the astronomy club now. Thanks to our past efforts, the astronomy club in this timeline managed to avoid being disbanded. Since then, they've been effortlessly pulling in new members every year, and now they've got 6 members, including Makoto's juniors. Looking around the club room, I saw a lot of changes compared to when it was on its last legs. The random crap everywhere had been tidied up, and supplies were neatly organized. It appeared new bookshelves had been purchased, and pictures of stars and planets decorated the space, presumably put up by club members. Even geological samples that I'd never seen before were peeking out from the shelves. Apparently this room was originally used as a geology sample room. Since I had no way of knowing that during my first high school life, it felt kind of fresh to me. There were other noticeable things too, like manga, game consoles, and stuff for writing that must have belonged to the new club members. Even the future juniors I don't know seem to have developed a liking for this room. After a brief moment of thoughtful silence, Makoto hesitantly opened her mouth to speak. Didn't know how to say this, but asking Igarashi-senpai about it might be difficult. Why? I'm like 99% sure she won't wanna talk about it. Why? I don't know all the deets. But before summer vacation of their first year, Nito-senpai and Igarashi-senpai. Before the summer vacation of their first year? That's not far off for us in the past timeline. Makoto, for some unknown reason, lowered her eyes apologetically. Her voice was muffled as she finished her sentence. I heard they had a huge fight and stopped being friends. Chapter 2. Introduction to Dreamers. Long time no see, Sakamoto. It was as if Igarashi-san had somehow become more refined. In the present timeline we're in now, she'll start vocational school next month, and the girl looking up at me seemed much more grown up than when she was a first year in high school. When was the last time we talked? Maybe like a year or something? Her hairstyle, makeup, and clothing style hadn't changed much. But, even to my eyes, she appeared more refined overall. If you told me she was 20 now, I'd believe you. She was still petite, but seemed a little taller too. The graduation ceremony pre-rewrite was the last time I'd seen her. I remember her being beside herself when the news about Nito's disappearance broke, but I didn't pick up on any of that desperation now, so maybe she had taken the news with a little more composure in this timeline. Also, she smelled really good. A mature and glamorous scent, like a flower. I wonder if she's wearing perfume or something. A year. Yeah, it's been about that long, I think. I didn't know where I stood with her, so I forced a smile and went along with the conversation. Sorry for calling you out of the blue after such a long time. It's fine, it's fine. Igarashi-san lowered her gaze a bit. I also felt like I wanted to talk to someone. You know? We were meeting at Ojikubo Station. In the present timeline, she'd messaged me online saying, let's meet and talk, and chose here to do it. To be honest, I was expecting it to be at the park, not here. Hey, I feel like going for a walk. What do you think? Walk and talk? Sure, sounds good. Thanks. Then let's go. Okay. We nodded to each other and started walking. We left through Ojikubo Station's south exit and headed towards Nishi-Ojikubo, a charming residential neighborhood in Tokyo. It was bustling outside the station, with young people on spring holidays, adults probably on their way to work, and parents with their kids in tow. In the midst of all that, we barely spoke a word to each other. We hadn't spoken in a year, as Igarashi-san had pointed out, and I could really feel it. Honestly, I feel kinda responsible. Igarashi-san was walking slowly, looking up at the elevated train tracks on her right. Every now and then, she'd take a moment to watch the Kuosobu Line and Tozai Line trains whiz by. Responsible? Yeah, for Chika's disappearance. Nodding, she looked down. I mean, If we hadn't fought, if we were still friends, maybe she wouldn't have ended up like this. It was late March. The air still had the lingering bite of winter, but the sunlight had a gentle warmth to it. I thought I could smell the scent of flowers carried on the wind, so I breathed deeply. If it weren't for this situation, it would have been a perfect day for a walk. I wonder where she really went. Yeah, seriously, I think she's probably safe. Hopefully. Disappearance. Even though we managed to prevent the astronomy club from disbanding and things have changed since our first high school life, Nito disappeared again right before the graduation ceremony. She hadn't been in contact since, and it seemed that no one had any idea where she was. Unlike the first time though, there was no suicide note left behind. Instead, there was a letter that said something along the lines of, "I'm going far away and please don't look for me." I guess this is the progress we've made by rewriting the past. Nito's attitude is definitely starting to soften. That said, she was a popular musician who had gone missing. It made major headlines, and the police were still trying to find her. There'd be no confirmation that she was safe, either. "Oh yeah, while we're on that topic," I said, sounding a bit unsure as I didn't know how to bring it up properly. "Igarashi-san, did you ever tell me exactly what your fight with Nito was about?" "Yeah, I told you." She looked back at me with a confused expression. "You asked me a lot back then. Stuff like, why did you fight? And isn't there a way for you two to make up?" "Oh, right. I remember now. You even tried to play peacemaker between us. Did you forget?" "Interesting. It seems my past self in this timeline tried his best too." "Well, it makes sense, since the current me is the one who managed to prevent the astronomy club from being disbanded. So it's no doubt that my past self also did everything he could." Sorry. When it happened I was also, in shock." I scratched my head and came up with an excuse. "Maybe that's why I've been forgetting some stuff from back then." "Oh, okay. I think I get it." Igarashi-san looked at me, her eyebrows furrowed in sympathy. "But I've been thinking, maybe I can find out why Nito disappeared. I'm talking to lots of different people who were involved. It was a bluff. Obviously I wasn't doing any of that. Even if I did, Nito was a celebrity. I highly doubt anyone would casually share information that wasn't already public. Regardless, so, could you tell me again?" I asked her, "why you fought with Nito, the details, and the result. Also, how things have been recently." "What, again?" She frowned at me, still looking confused. I don't really want to talk about it." "That's fair. Who would want to talk about the details of falling out with their best friend and that friendship ending, especially now that the other person is missing?" But Igarashi-san just sighed and seemed to come to a decision. "Well, I guess it's fine." She turned back to me. "You have your own thoughts and feelings about it too, I suppose." "Thanks. It's a big help. It happened like 2 years ago though, so my memory is a little fuzzy, and I don't remember all the details." "That okay?" "Yeah, that's okay, all right." Igarashi-san nodded and faced forward again, as if searching through her memories to remember those times. Before we knew it, we had gone pretty far from Ojikibo Station, and the surroundings started looking unfamiliar. "She joined a talent agency at the beginning of our first year, right?" What was it called again?" "Oh, Integrate Mag." "That's the one. It was still a small group back then, with Chika being the only one, I think." "Yeah, but right after that, they started to get super busy." As the memories came back to her, Igarashi-san looked up. "Oh, right. The song she released right after joining the agency went crazy viral. And, I'm pretty sure that's when they started bringing in more people to join. It was like voice actors and streamers, I think." Yeah, I remember now. I'm fairly certain that's how the whole thing played out during my first high school life too. I remember watching things suddenly getting crazy all around Nito, but as Igarashi-san said, that was more than 2 years ago. My memory of it was hazy, so by extension, my response was vague. "So, all those people quickly got really popular too." Integrate Mag itself gained attention, and Chika seemed to be the center of it all and around the same time. Igarashi-san's voice sounded pained as she said the last part. "Around the same time." The way she treated me changed too. That is finding it hard to articulate. I chose my next words carefully. She started being more rude to you, or something like that? Oh, that wasn't really it. She crossed her arms, and I could see in her face that she was trying to remember her feelings from back then. It's not like she was treating me rudely. I think she still saw me as her best friend, in her own way. Oh really? What changed then? Well, it's hard to put into words, but after letting her gaze drift into space for a moment, Igarashi-san continued. I think maybe she just didn't have as much time to think about me. Time? Yep. Igarashi-san gave me a single nod. I could tell she cared about me, that I was special to her. But she got so absorbed in her music and the people at the agency that she spent all day thinking about that, so, like, the part of Nito's life that was me got much smaller. And you know, I picked up on that from my end, she said with a lonely smile. I noticed she paid less attention to me, didn't try as hard to keep in touch, and we disagreed about stuff more. But the biggest thing was we spent way less time together. 'Cause of that, things got awkward between us, and we even had fights from time to time. I understand. Less time thinking about someone. That can definitely be a major trigger for a change in relationship. And, I remember, that Igarashi-san was happy to be by Nito's side. That she found joy in being in a close relationship, like they were family. If so, Nito distancing herself likely would have been unbearably lonely. Anyway, oh yeah, I think the biggest thing was probably her live streams. The live streams. That's right. Nito had started doing regular performances on live streams over an extended period of time. At first, she had several thousand simultaneous viewers, but it got more and more popular over the course of her 3 years of high school. Before graduation, the streams were up to 50,000 concurrent viewers. When she first started doing them, there were some issues. I ended up having a huge fight with her over it. I see. A huge fight. That phrase had also come out of Makoto's mouth too, and then, that was it. We haven't had any contact since. Not even once? Not even once? You really haven't even messaged each other one time since then? Nope, not a single message. But, why? I was genuinely curious. Why would a single fight lead to that? What was the reason? The reason, Igarashi-san sighed softly. That's a bit. I don't know if I wanna say it. Right. Sorry, I still haven't sorted things out in my own head yet. I think, maybe. Igarashi-san trailed off. Igarashi-san flashed me an awkward smile. And with a pained expression, as if confessing to a crime, she said, I don't think I can forgive Chika. Can't forgive her. I couldn't believe my own ears. Hearing that Igarashi-san, who was so close to Nito, couldn't forgive her. To think a fight ripped a hole that big in a relationship between two seemingly inseparable people. What on earth could be the reason? What reason caused them to cut ties over just one fight? Oh, I can already see Nishiogi Station. We've walked quite far, haven't we? We have. It went by really quick, didn't it? It did. It wasn't just about the distance between Ojikibo and here. It felt more like a metaphor for the time she was together with Nito, until the broken reality of the present. Without even looking at each other, we both nodded slightly. Section. What should I do now? I was back in the past timeline, spending my Friday night alone in my room. I groaned as I lay on my bed, waiting for Nito's first music video to premiere. How can I play peacemaker between Nito and Igarashi-san from this point? What's my next move? The goal this time was to get rid of Igarashi-san's dependence on Nito. She was the one who needed to change, after all. So, I was planning to sort things out with just the two of us. It wasn't quite that simple though, as there seemed to be issues on Nito's side too when it came to the eventual fight between them. Just getting Igarashi-san to change won't really fix the core problem. So, what should I do from here? How can I prevent the fight from happening, while also getting her to stop being so dependent? What's the best possible future I can create? It's about to start. While I was lost in thought, the video site I had opened on my smartphone refreshed. The video changed to a countdown of when Nito's music video premiere would begin. First things first, I should focus on watching this. As Nito mentioned the other day, her first ever music video will premiere at 8 p.m. tonight. So far, Nito had just been uploading solo acoustic performance videos. She would compose an original song, play it on the club room's piano while singing, record a video, and post it online. That was all she could do as a mere high school student. But this time, things were different. Nito's affiliation with Integrate Mag had opened up new possibilities for her. With a staff and a budget, she had the freedom to do more things than before. And so, after a lot of work, her long-awaited first music video was created. Nito herself had gone around telling all the club members, "Our video will be released on this day. Please watch it if you can." Now, oh wow, 1,500 people are waiting. I couldn't help voicing my surprise at the viewer count displayed on the video. Over 1,000 people were waiting, and the song hadn't even started yet. Well, it is Nito we are talking about, I thought to myself. Was she already this popular back in her first year of high school life? I found myself wondering aloud. It was about 3 years ago, so my memory is hazy, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't as popular at this point. Actually, I don't think the music video had even been made yet at the same time as this. Is it possible this time around that Nito's activities are going even smoother than before? At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if there were up to 3,000 concurrent viewers. Her usual solo acoustic videos get tens of thousands of views on average, so it wouldn't be strange for her to reach that many live viewers now. Just as I was thinking about that, it's starting. The countdown on the screen ended. I gulped at the same time the screen went dark. After a few long seconds passed, the music video started playing. The first cut, wow, was a front view of Nito. She was sitting before a piano, staring intently at the keys. Her eyes were slightly open, her pale cheeks almost looked transparent, and you could plainly see the tension around her mouth. She was wearing a beautiful black dress. Nito in that dress and the black piano stood out in the pure white space around her. It was a visual that seemed to embody her view of the world, a visual expression of her talent. I had goosebumps. It wasn't Nito, but Nito, the prodigy who would become a national musician years later, was unquestionably sitting right there. The comments section next to the video started to go crazy. The text was moving so fast it was basically impossible to read. A quick glance at the viewer count showed it had already shot up to over 3,000. Damn, it's already way beyond what I'd thought. Then, on the other side of the screen, she took a deep breath. Her throat resonated with the melody, and the song began. It was a high-tempo song with an impressive chorus and would later become one of Nito's signature tracks. As if to compete with the dazzling sound, visual effects were added to the performance footage. As her hands moved across the keys and she sang, Nito swayed with the music. Animated plants and trees bloomed around her. I was left shocked, as if cold water had been poured over me. The avalanche of comments reflected the hype and excitement of the listeners. One by one, more instruments joined in, like drums driving the rhythm and a guitar adding color to Nito's voice. In lockstep, the number of concurrent viewers exploded once again. Whenever the chorus hit, you could see the comments section heating up too. And by the time the song reached its finale, wait, seriously? The viewer count had passed 9,000, and was fast closing in on 10,000. This is nuts. It might even break a record. Despite just being a regular viewer, sweat started pouring out from my palms. A chill ran down my spine, and my lips trembled slightly. And then there was my heart. The fiery passion in it was fiercely driven by the mix of emotions and shock. As the song reached its climax, it left me feeling like I'd been punched in the face through the small smartphone screen. The video faded to black. Silence. It was over. The premiere of Nito's first music video was over. Nito and the song title flashed up, before the video ended. I was dumbstruck. I only watched the music video on my smartphone, not to mention it was a song I'd heard many times in the club room. Yet, I couldn't move, filled with a resonating heat throughout my body. Oh, that reminds me. I suddenly snapped back to reality. I glanced at the screen and saw that the viewer count had pushed past 10,000. The comments section was filled with nothing but praise. I got goosebumps. She's a goddamn genius. Is she famous? It's my first time seeing her. This girl is definitely gonna be big. Wow, the reactions are amazing. As I muttered to myself, I checked the top of Nito's channel. Her subscriber count had gone up a lot. At this point, it had more or less doubled since before the music video premiered. This is gonna cause a serious problem, isn't it? I muttered to myself as I felt a premonition coming on. Her popularity is gonna explode. Once I closed the video streaming app, I nervously tapped the Twitter icon. A search for Nito came back with an avalanche of results. There were hundreds, no, thousands of tweets discussing the music video. Compliment after compliment. It spread like the ripples from a stone thrown into a pond, with the video link being shared all over at an incredible speed. Among them were even tweets from popular Japanese musicians. Guess it really went viral. Huh, I muttered to myself. Nito, you've completely gone viral. It was clear she'd passed the point of no return. Nito was no longer just an ordinary high school student, or so I felt. Put differently, she joined the ranks of up-and-coming musicians in Japan. My heart rate accelerated again. I felt an urge to scream out loud, but, no. Let's just calm down for a second. Still muttering, I took a deep breath. It wouldn't do any good for me to get all worked up right now. What's happening in front of me is a huge moment in Nito's life. I need to focus on what I need to do. From here on out, Integrate Mag would likely grow in size thanks to the viral buzz, and take on multiple new creators. Things are happening just as I expected them to. It's unfolding exactly as Igarashi-san explained it to me in the future. That being the case, I can't afford to waste any more time. I need to get moving, and quickly. Things won't improve if I just take it easy. All right then. I should call her tomorrow. For now, I'll take a bath and think of a plan. With that decision made, I hopped off my bed and left the room. Hello? It was Saturday afternoon the next day. I immediately called Igarashi-san. Sorry, Igarashi-san, you free to talk? Yep, sure. After a few rings, I heard Igarashi-san's voice. I heard the sound of running water in the background, almost as if it was flowing through my smartphone. Igarashi-san moved the phone away from her mouth for a moment. Sorry, Mama. I've got to take a call. Can you take over the dishes for me? Oh, yes. That was their back and forth. Oh, sorry, were you busy? Nope, it's okay. I was just doing some chores. Oh right. I was kind of surprised. Igarashi-san seemed more on the flashy side at school, and not one to do much household stuff, but even she did the dishes and things like that at home. Personally, I just lazed around the house and left all that stuff to my parents, so I couldn't help feeling a bit of admiration for her. Anyways, Chika was amazing, wasn't she? She said, sounding like she was moving to a different location in the house. In the music video yesterday, I mean, yeah, she really was. I watched it too, and it seriously blew me away. Me too. That's part of why I called. Actually, I've been thinking about what we discussed the other day, and I came up with an idea. Oh, really? What is it? Igarashi-san, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Yeah, you know, like how Nito is completely absorbed in music. Do you have anything you're aiming for? I figure maybe if you put all your energy into something else, it might help reduce your dependence on Nito. If that makes sense. That was my strategy in a nutshell. My plan to break Izarashi-san's dependence on Nito, which I'd thought up while muttering to myself in the bath. I dubbed it Operation Get Caught Up in Something Else. In short, this was the reverse of what will happen with Igarashi-san and Nito in the future. Before Nito gets too absorbed in music and can't spare any time, Igarashi-san can start to focus her own time on other things, and hopefully enjoy doing it. After all, wasn't Igarashi-san's dependence on Nito because she had no other outlet for her feelings? I figured if there were other things she wanted to do, and other places to put her energy and feelings into, she might be able to maintain a more balanced relationship with Nito. Ooh, that's it. Igarashi-san's voice on the other end of the line suddenly perked up. I was actually thinking the same thing. Like, finding a dream or something I wanna do. Oh, really? Well, that's the way to go. It's kind of the classic path, you know? Starting something new in a time like this. Yep, and besides, Igarashi-san's voice took on a confessional tone. I've actually been a little jealous of everyone else in the club. About? Well, you know, everyone else has something they're aiming for. For you it's astronomy, for Chika it's music, and for Okuyo-senpai it's getting ready for when he starts his own business, right? Astronomer, musician, entrepreneur. Each of us were putting our heart and soul into pursuing our goals, diving headfirst into activities that would help us achieve them. Igarashi-san also had a goal of finding a new relationship with Nito. But that was a little different from having a dream. So that's it. I wanna find something like that too. Something I can be passionate about. Something I can really work hard at. I see. So she'd been thinking about that, huh? I hadn't noticed at all as she hadn't shown any signs of it. So, what are you thinking? Any ideas for what you'd wanna do? Yep, I do. I have a few things in mind, but I can't decide which one to start with. Igarashi-san's tone became slightly probing as she continued. By the way, Sakamoto, if I decide to do something, would you come with me? I wanna try out different things first, but just doing it by myself would be kinda lonely. Can you come with me on your days off? Yeah, of course. I nodded with my phone pressed to my ear. Even though she couldn't see me, I'm the one who brought it up, so of course I'll come with you. Thanks. I didn't wanna do it alone. It'd be cruel to stick my nose in this far and then say, well, you're on your own now. I was planning to stick with her and be there every step of the way. That said, I did feel a bit guilty. I'll give Nito the heads up beforehand, and it might not come to her killing me, but I might cop a punch or two. But it is what it is. But are you sure you want me to come with you? I asked Igarashi-san in sudden curiosity. Wouldn't it be better to ask someone else, like a closer friend of yours? She definitely seemed to have other friends in class aside from Nito. Stylish girls with a similar vibe to Igarashi-san. If she invited them instead, wouldn't it be more fun? But nope. I want you, Sakamoto. Huh? I want you, not any of my other friends. Her choice of words caught me completely off guard. What does that mean? Her way of speaking was oddly suggestive, saying I want you, like that. Is it possible? Is it possible Igarashi-san actually has feelings for me? As I was left reeling by the thought, I heard Igarashi-san's overly cheerful voice in my ear. 'Cause with you, I don't have to care as much. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I mean, even if I try something and it turns out to be boring, it doesn't matter 'cause it's you, right? I don't care. Hey, don't say it like that. Can't you be a little nicer about it? Come on, you could have at least phrased it in a more casual and inviting way. Why did you have to make it sound so mean? Anyways, my objections fell on deaf ears, as if they were just a passing breeze. I heard Igarashi-san's cheerful voice in my ear again. I'm gonna try out a bunch of different things and it might take a while, so stick with me, Sakamoto. Fine, will do. A small sigh escaped my lips in response to her carefree attitude. In spite of that, I found myself laughing, and answered in surprisingly high spirits. With that, the days of Igarashi-san and I searching for her dream began. Section. Tada. What do you think? Nice. I think it looks good on you. It was the following weekend. Igarashi-san and I were in Harajuku, one of the trendiest areas in Tokyo. We were currently in the fitting corner of a well-established vintage clothing shop. Clothes were scattered everywhere, and Igarashi-san was trying on different things before showing me each outfit. This rock t-shirt should stand out nicely, don't you think? She said, tugging at the t-shirt tucked into her wide denim pants. I thought it might be kinda interesting if someone like me wore a hardcore metal style. For sure. That contrast would definitely make an impact. The first dream Igarashi-san had decided to go after was to become a fashion influencer. She'd always loved fashion, and religiously studied it by following stylish people on Instagram. Now, apparently, she was going after her own style. She figured that if she did it as a hobby anyway, she may as well try to be part of the fashion influencer world too. But yeah, I definitely think it suits her down to a T, and was a dream that made sense for her to go after. So, The first stop was Harajuku to buy stylish clothes for her to take photos in. Not that I'm particularly knowledgeable about fashion, mind you, so it's anyone's guess if I'm actually being helpful at all. I guess, at the very least, I can give her my honest opinions though. By the way, I'd already explained to Nito that I'd be going out with Igarashi-san regularly from now on. Just to be clear, it's not like I'm cheating or anything. I desperately explained to a sour-faced Nito on our walk home together. It's, well, related to time travel, so I can't exactly explain it in detail. But it's something I need to do for yours and my future. I left out the part about Igarashi-san wanting to continue being friends with Nito, and that I was helping her find a dream in order to do that. In my defense, Nito did say telling each other stuff like that would be counterproductive just the other day. And Nito, perhaps sensing this, agreed. I understand. She pursed her lips and nodded. It's fine, go ahead. But in return, make sure to treat me well every single day, and if you so much as lay a finger on that girl, I'll kill you. Just a finger? So, in order to uphold Nito's no-touch policy, I was making sure to keep a 1-meter distance from Igarashi-san while we were shopping today. Unaware of my cautiousness, she was laser-focused on coordinating her outfit. But, maybe I'm better off buying new wide-leg pants from a cheap store, she said while checking herself out from various angles in the mirror. I mean, if it looks too much like second-hand clothes, it might not work. I should mix in some newer stuff too. You know, I'm surprised, I blurted out as something dawned on me. That you're into wearing second-hand and cheap clothes, not brand-name stuff. For some reason, I'd always thought she wore clothing on the more expensive side, not high-end designer stuff per se, but something a little pricier that's popular with young people. I figured the people who were popular on Instagram would be wearing those kinds of clothes. No, brand-name clothes are too expensive, Igarashi-san said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Actually, a ton of popular fashion influencers online post affordable outfit ideas. It's a major trend on YouTube and stuff. So, I'm thinking of adding some vintage elements to my style to make it stand out and be original. I see, I get it now. I had no idea that people nowadays preferred wearing cheaper clothes rather than expensive ones. For someone not really up with fashion like me, a trend like that was actually pretty handy. This feels kinda ordinary. Igarashi-san looked at the basket filled with the clothes she picked out. I wanna challenge myself a bit more since we're already here. While mulling over it, she had a sudden thought. I know. Sakamoto, you choose. Wait, me? Yup. Just grab whatever catches your eye, under about 3,000 yen. Really? Me? I have no fashion sense though. I know. But I thought maybe by adding something chosen by someone like that, we could explore new possibilities. I see. She'd straight up told me I had zero fashion sense. Well, it's the truth, so I suppose it doesn't matter. I'll try to pick out something that seems decent in my eyes. Looking around, I figured jeans would be a safe bet, so, how about these? I handed Igarashi-san a worn-out looking pair that had been nearby. Compared to the others, they were an ordinary pair of slightly oversized men's jeans. I'd noticed Igarashi-san likes wearing oversized clothes, so I thought it might suit her. I'm surprised. It's actually pretty normal. Oh well, whatever. She nodded and started walking towards the register. That's all for shopping. Now let's head home and quickly do the photoshoot. She was practically singing as she said that, and sounded genuinely happy for a change. Section. Just a little longer, okay? I'm just adjusting my hair to match the clothes. All right. And so, I found myself at the Igarashi residence. Sitting in a chair in the living room, I waited for Igarashi-san to finish coordinating her final outfit for the day. Strike while the iron is hot, as the saying goes, so she was planning to make an Instagram account and post photos of the outfits we bought today. As her assistant in this, I naturally ended up at the Igarashi residence. I wonder how this situation would sit with Nito. Is there a chance I might get killed? Also, as I looked around, I couldn't shake off my surprise. It was an old place, maybe about 50 years old. Igarashi-san was living in an apartment that exuded a sense of dignity. The interior didn't look old-fashioned because of the new furniture and decorations, but you could tell that the facilities were from at least 20 years ago. It didn't quite match Igarashi-san's glamorous image. Plus, it felt kind of small. The only visible rooms were the living room where I was sitting, and a room that served as both a bedroom and Igarashi-san's study. I couldn't see any other family members. Maybe they were at work. Even if it was just Igarashi-san and her parents, a space this small was bound to get pretty cluttered and chaotic. Sorry for the wait. While I was deep in thought, Igarashi-san emerged from the sliding door. I finally managed to coordinate an outfit with the denim jeans you picked out, Sakamoto. Oh, you really did. It looks amazing on you. Igarashi-san, as she'd said, was flawlessly wearing the denim jeans I chose. She'd paired them with an off-shoulder t-shirt, a cap and a small trendy bag, expertly coordinating it all together despite them seeming hard to match. If I tried the same thing, it would likely end up looking like a complete mess. Igarashi-san really does have a good sense of style. Hee hee. I'm glad. Anyways, let's start taking pics right away. Yeah, I'm on it. We agreed and started the photoshoot. With the closed curtains as the backdrop, Igarashi-san struck various poses. So, I started snapping photos with my phone, making sure to angle it in a way that obscured her face. We decided not to completely hide her face this time, but we agreed on the approach of avoiding showing it directly. All right. How does this look? Looks good. After taking a bunch of photos, we looked at them together on the smartphone. We could probably upload like 4 or 5 of these just from today. Yeah, there seems to be enough good shots for that. If I'm gonna start an account, having that many pictures would be perfect, I think. Igarashi-san was swiping through to check the images as she talked. Wait a second, Sakamoto, what's with that pose? She suddenly gave me a weird look as she noticed something. Like, you're stretching your head all the way over here, but keeping your body really far away. No doubt it was an odd sight. My face was close to the smartphone so I could see what was on the screen. But I couldn't touch her, so I was craning my neck as much as I could while keeping my actual body away from her. No, don't worry about it. It's a personal thing. It's not like I could say I'd be killed if I touched her. So I forced a laugh and subtly inched my body further away from her. Look, it's like stretching, ha ha ha. Even still, I couldn't help being nervous. There was a chance that I could accidentally bump into her. So, just to be safe, if possible, could you also do the same thing, Igarashi-san? Absolutely not. That very evening, things took an unexpected turn. Sakamoto. Why yeah, what's up? It was around midnight when I received a call from Igarashi-san out of the blue. As soon as the call connected, I was startled by her loud voice. I uploaded them. The pics. Igarashi-san's voice turned into a murmur as she continued. I made an Instagram account and uploaded the pics from today. Oh okay. And something crazy happened. After getting her Instagram name from her, I immediately fired up my computer to see what she was talking about. There were several photos already uploaded. Without question, they were the ones I'd taken that day, and one in particular of her wearing the jeans I'd picked out. Whoa. What's with all these comments? Had completely blown up. A flood of comments stretched out underneath it. What the heck? What's got everyone all stirred up? Dumbfounded, I hesitantly read some of the comments. I don't think we'd done anything to warrant such a torrent of comments. What exactly had everyone latched onto? Wait a minute. Isn't this the XXX model of these jeans? Oh wow, it is. They're available in Japan? Damn. This is an insane find. There were a bunch of comments like that. They were all apparently from fashion maniacs or, more specifically, the vintage maniac variety. By some stroke of fate, the jeans I'd picked out were an incredibly vintage item. The commenters were passionately talking about how amazing the jeans were, completely ignoring the outfit as a whole. Also, that patch means it's from the 1950s, right? Price-wise, they'd be worth several 100,000 yen. Wouldn't they? 50 money. Igarashi-san's account name. Could you please tell us where you found these? Seriously? Several 100,000. Were the jeans Igarashi-san wore really that expensive? It's scary, Igarashi-san murmured on the other end of the line. The pressure from everyone is too intense. It's kinda scary. Not wrong. So I'm gonna delete the account for now. Oh, okay. The pressure coming from the comments really was something else. And I had this bad feeling it might even escalate to the point of people finding out her personal information. So, Igarashi-san quietly deleted her account, and her plan to become a fashion influencer was deleted along with it. Section. Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai. Those two were standing in front of me, facing each other with their arms crossed. It was the weekend after the Instagram debacle. On Saturday, we were in the kitchen of Rokuyo-senpai's house, where Igarashi-san and I were visiting. Both were dressed in clothes that were easy to cook in, and I could almost see sparks flying between them from the intensity of their glares. As the referee invited along, I swallowed nervously. This intensity, it was so powerful that it felt like I'd be swallowed whole just by watching them. This could turn into a serious contest. Today, I might witness an epic showdown that I never even imagined I'd see. So, with that being said, I looked back and forth between them. The cooking contest between Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai starts now. The second that loud declaration left my lips, Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai sprang into action. Igarashi-san started by preparing carrots, lotus roots, and daikon. Rokuyo-senpai, on the other hand, started by measuring various spices. It all started last week. I wanna try cooking next, Igarashi-san murmured to me in the club room before Nito got there. I actually really love cooking. After trying fashion, I wanna give cooking a shot and see where it takes me. Ah, that sounds good. It definitely seemed like a fantastic idea. It's something high school students can easily get into, and compared to Instagram, it could lead to future job opportunities. Plus, there was no danger of attracting strange attention like last time since we wouldn't be putting anything online. It was a pretty solid choice for a first step toward a dream, wasn't it? Should we try making something together then? Yep, let's meet up on the weekend and try it out. Okay, I wonder what menu we should choose. Maybe we should check out what's on sale at the supermarket. While we were talking it over. Sounds interesting. The voice belonged to Rokuyo-senpai. He'd apparently been listening in from the side, and leaned toward us. So, what, Mon and Megari, you're cooking together? Yeah, that's right. Rokuyo-senpai grinned happily at me as I nodded. Awesome. When did you guys get so close? Oh, it's 'cause recently Sakamoto has been helping me find things I wanna do. Igarashi-san explained the situation. So he accompanies me like that from time to time. Fair enough. Rokuyo-senpai crossed his arms and nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a daring smile split his face. Actually, I ain't that bad at cooking myself. When I feed my friends they even tell me it's restaurant quality. Wow. Really? I couldn't help raising my voice. Rokuyo-senpai, cooking, it might be a surprising combination, but now that I think about it, I can definitely see it. Rokuyo-senpai seems to be very particular about a lot of things. He'd likely put a lot of effort into cooking. I want to try your cooking, Rokuyo-senpai, I murmured without thinking, picturing the dishes he'd create. Oh, then how about you come to my place this weekend to eat? Rokuyo-senpai said in a casual tone as he leaned toward me. I was thinking of making a spiced curry or something. Spiced curry? I've always wanted to try that. I'd love to. Wait, Sakamoto. Igarashi-san cut in. Caught up in the thought of eating good food, I was ready to set plans, but she cut me off. You were supposed to come with me for my cooking this weekend, weren't you? This is not what we talked about. But, if I schedule Rokuyo-senpai for Saturday, and you on Sunday, then it should be no problem. No, I don't want that. I don't wanna be compared in a weird way. Ah. So that's it. No, it's not like I intended to compare anyone, but maybe it feels kind of crappy. Thinking about it, I can see how it might be awkward. Someone trying my own food after Rokuyo-senpai's carefully crafted dish might feel bad. If so, Since Igarashi-san was the one who brought it up first, I'd want to prioritize her. But oh, you scared? For whatever reason, Rokuyo-senpai decided to poke at Igarashi-san with a provoking tone. Moan, you scared cause you don't think you can beat me in cooking? His voice dripped with an obvious provocation, and he smirked as he stared at Igarashi-san. What's gotten into him? He's not usually this aggressive. Oh, so it's like those people who get fired up when it comes to talking about cars? The ones who turn into big kids when the topic turns to things they like? No way. Besides, there's no way I could lose to you, Rokuyo-senpai. Igarashi-san fired back. Let's have a competition then, a cook-off at my place. Fine, bring it on. And that's how we all ended up at Rokuyo's house just before noon on Saturday. That's how the cooking showdown between the two began. Ah, both dishes are coming together nicely. It was a little while after they started cooking. The pleasant aroma of their respective dishes began filling the kitchen. As mentioned, Rokuyo-senpai's dish was spiced curry. It's something I'd always wanted to try making myself, but Rokuyo-senpai seemed quite practiced, moving through the process with ease. The aroma of the exotic spices wafting around was seriously making my mouth water. Igarashi-san, meanwhile, surprisingly hadn't decided on what she wanted to make until arriving here today. Instead, she asked, "Can I use what's in your fridge, Rokuyo-senpai?" She had asked for permission beforehand. "I'll show you what I can make with just what's in there." Rokuyo-senpai agreed to it of course, and by the looks of it, she was using the veggies from the fridge and the spices from the cupboard to whip up some kind of simmer dish. I wonder if that'll turn out okay. With Rokuyo-senpai making a dish as fancy as spiced curry, I wonder if it's alright to go with something so plain. And why was Igarashi-san cooking in a kitchen smock she brought from home instead of just an apron? At first glance, she gave off some major mom vibes. But, having checked on the cooking situation, I looked around. Seriously though, it's like you're a celebrity, Rokuyo-senpai. It was huge. The kitchen was so massive that even with 2 high school students cooking, there was still room to spare. It boasted 2 sinks and an impressive 5-burner stove. The battlefield for their cooking showdown was a high-tech kitchen, on par with professional ones. Honestly, I'd known the second we arrived at his house. It was a stylish standalone house nestled within a suburban area. It appeared to be relatively new, with a sleek design, and was decently sized. It was about 1.7 times the size of an ordinary house in the neighborhood. That was Rokuyo-senpai's place, or should I say, the Rokuyo mansion. I guess being rich really does make a huge difference in your living conditions. Oh right, I do remember him saying his parents run a small web-based company. Done. All finished. While I was wallowing in jealousy, their dishes were completed. The 2 creations, already plated up, were Rokuyo-senpai's spiced curry and Igarashi-san's chikuzeni, a Japanese dish of simmered chicken and various vegetables, and furafuki daikon set, a Japanese cooking method for vegetables. Typically involves boiling and serving with a dipping sauce. They'd each made enough for 3 people. All right. Should we taste them? Both Rokuyo-senpai and Igarashi-san nodded gravely as I said that. For the record, I'm supposed to be the judge. All of us sat down at the dining table, and I addressed them as the referee, but I don't really want to decide this on my own. Let's eat both of your dishes and make a decision based on our individual impressions. Okay. Gotcha. Then let's start with Rokuyo-senpai's curry. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. We all took a bite of the curry together. Delicious. I couldn't help voicing that as the taste spread through my mouth. Wow, such a rich aroma. This is spiced curry. It was on a whole other level compared to any store-bought curry. Numerous spices were blended together, and a complex and refreshing fragrance wafted out with each breath. The seasoning itself might be a simple salt-based one, but the intricacy of the aroma elevated the overall flavor by 2, or maybe 3 notches. Tastes good, yeah? Rokuyo-senpai looked proud as punch. I tested out a bunch of spice combinations to nail this flavor. It took a fair while, But this curry finally got the thumbs up from my friends and family. So this is it. With that, Rokuyo-senpai broke into a triumphant grin. My original, ultimate curry. Ah, I see. That makes sense, and I totally get it. The balance of each spice was just right, and they were perfectly matched to each other. The adjustments must be the result of Rokuyo-senpai carefully and patiently layering them over time. Igarashi-san, twirling her spoon next to me, also added, "It's really delicious." She looked surprised. The victor might have already been decided. Igarashi-san's dish might have lost before anyone even took a bite of it. All right, should we move on to Igarashi-san's chikuzeni and furafuki daikon now? It was Igarashi-san's turn now. The focus switched to what appeared to be a pretty ordinary dish. Well then, let's dig in. Let's eat, we said together. Then I took the first bite of the chikuzeni. After savoring it for a moment, I tried the furafuki daikon topped with miso. At first, there wasn't much of an impact. There wasn't the distinctive taste or the aromatic glamour found in the spiced curry. But, hey, this is delicious, I found myself blurting out. Both the chikuzeni and the furafuki daikon, I never knew they could be this delicious. Simply put, it was deeply and truly delicious. True, it wasn't very flashy, and it didn't have a strong aroma. But each dish was delicately flavored. The miso, mirin, and soy sauce offered a comforting balance. Despite being in the middle of a competition, I found myself feeling at ease. Wow, this is real good. Even Rokuyo-senpai commented on the taste, as he continued munching away. I could eat this every day. Amen to that. If Rokuyo-senpai's curry was a special treat for weekends, then Igarashi-san's dish was an everyday food made with love. The stark contrast in their culinary styles makes me feel like I was watching an exciting mixed martial arts match. This isn't a taste you could achieve overnight. I wondered how much time Igarashi-san had spent honing her skills with these kinds of dishes. Finally, everyone had finished eating both dishes. It's hard to decide which is better. How tasty each dish was left me with a bit of a conundrum. Rokuyo-senpai's curry had a special factor that made it fun. Igarashi-san's dishes had a taste that I could enjoy every day for the rest of my life. How can I possibly choose? It was impossible to decide which one was better. Both were delicious, and both were wonderful dishes in their own unique ways. A draw might be the play. They'd both made delicious meals. Ranking them at this point could even be considered tasteless. But nah, Moan won. It was Rokuyo-senpai who broke the silence. I lost, fair and square, total defeat. Huh? Really? Baffled by the sudden twist, I tilted my head in confusion. I really thought they were on the same level. To be honest, the care shown ain't the same, Rokuyo-senpai said, staring at the now picked clean chikuzeni and the daikon radish plates. Moan's dish had a better nutritional balance compared to mine, which was loaded with salt and oil. Especially for us high schoolers who tend to skimp on veggies, Moan's cooking covered that better. I see. Plus, this food can be made every day, Rokuyo-senpai continued. Cooking is more of a hobby for me. It's like something a non-cook would whip up for fun. Not that there's anything wrong with that, or that it's less legit than regular cooking, but, you know. Rokuyo-senpai laughed softly. I spent like 4,000 yen on the ingredients for today's curry. What? That's so expensive. Are you serious? 4,000 yen? Like, even for 3 people, that's too expensive for a home-cooked meal. Compare that to Moan, who just grabbed stuff from the fridge, costing absolutely nothing. That's damn incredible. Rokuyo-senpai. Igarashi-san seemed on the verge of tears as she looked at Rokuyo-senpai. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. You know, I'm always in charge of cooking at home, so I usually make food like this, using whatever ingredients we have on hand that day or whatever's on sale at the supermarket. All while keeping nutrition in mind, for sure. On the surface, we might have been on equal footing, but the care that went into Moan's cooking is on a whole other level. She's way ahead of me as a cook. So, Rokuyo-senpai turned a refreshing smile on Igarashi-san. Moan, you win. His voice was filled with admiration. Your practical cooking won against my hobby cooking. Yep, I lost. Completely. Thank you, Igarashi-san said with tears in her eyes. I'm glad you noticed. But, I mean, Your curry was really delicious too, Rokuyo-senpai. With the competition done and dusted, they stood there complimenting each other. As the referee, I was nodding along approvingly. And with that, the cooking showdown was over. Igarashi-san won, drawing the curtain on it, or so I thought. I suddenly realized something was off. Rokuyo-senpai's hobby cooking and Igarashi-san's practical everyday cooking were definitely both good. But I'd been so caught up in the contest that I forgot something very important. Igarashi-san, didn't you want to find a dream? I spoke my thoughts aloud without thinking. Weren't you looking for a new hobby so you can stop being so dependent on Nito? If so, wasn't today's cooking different? It's something she does on a daily basis, and it's probably enjoyable, but the ingredients were things she had at home, and the cooking was no different than normal. Doesn't that feel a bit different from the original purpose? It's more like an everyday thing rather than an actual hobby, isn't it? A silence fell over us for a while. Igarashi-san broke it this time. You're right, this. With a look that screamed, I just realized this now, she let out an incredibly silly-sounding voice. Probably won't replace Chika. Section. Go, Sakamoto-kun. You can do it. Okay, I'm on it. Cheered on like that, I dashed forward, readying myself for what came next. I focused all my senses on my right foot. Here goes. I kicked the ball rolling in front of me towards the goal. Sport outside of class. How many years has it been since I've done something like this? Maybe since we used to play dodgeball during lunch break in elementary school, or maybe when I used to play baseball in the park. Perhaps it was because of that long break, or maybe I'm just naturally unathletic. But the ball flew off in the wrong direction. The opposing team burst out laughing as they saw where the ball was heading. Ha ha ha. That's an impressive home run, man. Yeah, it's a mega shot. Shit, I messed up. I had the perfect chance and I totally blew it spectacularly. It was so embarrassing that I nearly shriveled up in shame. But, nice shot. Nice shot. You got this. You were so close. Your movement has gotten a lot better. The kind voices of my teammates rang out behind me. No way, is this really how everyone treats someone who messes up? Are they really praising someone like me, just because I took a shot? And then there's Igarashi-san, watching me from the middle of the court. She was panting too, sweat beading on her forehead, but a bright smile was plastered on her face. How about futsal, a variant of soccer played indoors on a smaller field with fewer players? That suggestion came right after the cooking showdown. While Rokuyo-senpai was doing the dishes. You're looking for something to get passionate about, yeah? Actually, I have a friend who runs a mixed-gender futsal team, and he's been bugging me to invite people to join for a while now. We rent a court at the sports park on weekends and play. So how about it, you down? Futsal. Igarashi-san looked hesitant as she wiped down the table, clearly thrown by the unexpected invite. I don't know much about it, but it's like a version of soccer played on a smaller court, isn't it? Yeah, more or less. The goals and the ball are smaller too, and the rules are different. There's no offside rule. It's kick-ins instead of throw-ins. Less players too. It's pretty much the same, though, so I reckon you'll get right into it. Oh really? I'm not very good at sports though, and the whole mixed gender part worries me a bit. I reckon it'll be fine. We've been talking about joining a tournament at some point, but we're all pretty much beginners for now, and you won't be the only girl on the team. There are a few others. Plus, the rules are set up for mixed play. Stuff like goals scored by girls count as 3 points, and you're not allowed to charge or tackle them. Oh, I see. I didn't know there were rules like that. Me neither, honestly. For whatever reason, I always felt that sports like soccer had a high barrier to entry. They're usually played by the cool types in class, and most of the time it seemed pretty serious, with not much room for beginners to enjoy themselves. That said, that actually sounds pretty interesting. I found myself strangely intrigued by Rokuyo-senpai's explanation. So that's what futsal's like. I've always thought it would be fun to have a soccer game just for otaku types to enjoy. Obviously, I don't think Rokuyo-senpai's friends are otaku, but the fact that there's a team out there willing to accommodate someone like me does pique my interest a bit. Wanna join then? Meguri? Rokuyo-senpai turned to me with a look of surprise. It doesn't have to be just one new person joining. What? No. No, no. The pitch of my voice rose an octave as the focus unexpectedly shifted to me. I'm good, really. I'm seriously bad at sports. Besides, Igarashi-san's the one we're talking about here, isn't she? Well, Igarashi-san dropped her gaze. After a few seconds of hesitation, she raised her head and looked straight at me for some reason. If Sakamoto does it, I might try it too. Me? Yep. It'd be super nerve-wracking to be the only beginner. If there's someone who will do it with me, I wanna give it a try. So, how about it, Meguri? Rokuyo-senpai asked again with a cheerful smile. What Moan said aside, I'd just be stoked if two of my friends join. When he said it like that, there was no way I could say no. Plus, Rokuyo-senpai calling me a friend made me feel happy. All right then, I'll give it a go. My decision to participate was made. And so, I found myself stepping into the unfamiliar world of futsal. Wow, you did great, Moon-chan. Right? It didn't seem like your first time from the way you moved. We'd finished practice and the match, and were chatting while cleaning up with the other members. Really? Igarashi-san wiped sweat off her flushed face, a radiant smiling lighting it up. I was basically just running around like crazy. Did I actually manage to help at all? You did. You did. It was a surprise to see you scoring a goal in your first match. She really had done great. At the start of the match, Igarashi-san played as a pivot, or midfielder in soccer terms. She swapped to a or forward, in the second half, and performed better than anyone expected for a first-timer. She struggled with the unfamiliar sport at first, but she seemed to get the hang of it midway through. To my eyes, her movements improved, and she even managed to score a goal. Sakamoto-kun, you did good too. How was it? Have fun? Yeah, it was much more fun than I thought it would be. Everyone was giving me words of encouragement. The team seemed like a good bunch of people. The popular vibe or condescending attitude that I'd pictured in my head was nowhere to be found. And, despite being younger and a beginner, they treated me as an equal. But the title for Rookie of the Day definitely went to Igarashi-san. By the way, Moon-chan, the male UNI student who said that was the leader of this group. If I recall correctly, his name was Mitsuya-san. If you're interested, you should join the team. I'd love to continue playing with you. Huh. Really? I'm happy, but I'm not sure. No worries. I'm not saying you have to decide right now, Mitsuya-san said with a smile. His refined and handsome face exuded a gentle aura. Take your time to think about it, and let me know if you feel like it. Oh, and just in case, could you give me your contact info? Oh, I thought, Igarashi-san is being asked for her contact information, and by a glamorous, handsome UNI student at that. Okay then, I'll give you my line ID. Got it, show me your QR code. Wow, experienced people made an exchange like this seem so natural. If I was the one asking a girl for their line, I'd probably come across as more desperate. Like, see, can I maybe ask for your line? Or something along those lines. Oh, Mitsuyu is getting friendly with Moon, Rokuyo-senpai, who was standing next to me, commented as he watched them. Looks like he's taken a serious liking to Moon. By the way, Rokuyo-senpai also played in today's match. He was our team's goalkeeper, or goalero in futsal terms, and blocked the opponent's shots as if he was a walking brick wall. Oh, I see, that's how it is, huh? I'd figured Mitsuya-san was always like that, so casual and carefree. But Rokuyo-senpai looked genuinely curious. Yep, this is the first time I've seen him invite a girl to the team like that. Really? Okay. So Mitsuya-san must have taken a real interest in Igarashi-san. Well, she was really good at the game. And even without that, she's a cute girl. Objectively speaking. Just then, a vague memory floated to the surface of my mind. When we were listing things Igarashi-san might want to do, she muttered something. I want a boyfriend too. Chika got a boyfriend, and I wanna fall in love too. Section. Looks like you've been having fun lately. Nito, being sulky, was pouting. I feel like I've been left out recently, with you, Moan, and Rokuyo-senpai having fun without me. We were on our way home as usual. We'd just passed through the main street and entered the suburban area near Nito's house. Igarashi-san's house and the park where they had so many memories together was a little further down the road. Yeah, sorry about that. Seeing that sad face, all I could do was apologize from the bottom of my heart. I'm really sorry it turned out this way. I can understand why you'd feel lonely. I do think it's understandable for her to feel left out. I've only been meeting up with Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai on weekends and holidays lately. So, I haven't been able to hang out with Nito as much. Of course, I never openly talk about Instagram, cooking, or futsal in front of her. But, I guess the vibe still comes across. Personally, I actually do want to spend more time with Nito, so the current situation was even more painful for me. Well, I do understand the situation. Nito's face finally relaxed. I'm starting to understand what the three of you have been up to lately. You're probably searching for a hobby for Moan, aren't you? Well, yes. I guess you can tell just by looking. Right. And besides, even if you guys had invited me. Nito looked down and let out a soft sigh. I probably wouldn't have been able to join you much anyway. Yeah, that's true. I've been pretty busy lately too. She'd had a huge breakthrough. Nito had gone through a major transformation recently. Firstly, Nito's popularity had been skyrocketing thanks to the recent buzz. She did about 30,000 subscribers on her channel before, but that had since shot up to nearly 150,000. Her viewership had exploded too. Apparently, a bunch of offers had come her way because of that. Invitations to live broadcasts and summer festivals, proposals for releases from major record labels, and interview requests from web media. She'd apparently gotten countless collaboration requests from music YouTubers too. At this point, right before summer of her first year in high school, Nito was already becoming a nationally recognized younger musician. And I guess your agency's getting bigger too, huh? I asked, looking at Nito's troubled smile. There was an announcement recently, wasn't there? A few more people are joining. Yeah, Minae-san seems to be so busy. I wonder if she's still able to go to UNI. Whether it was because Nito was blowing up and was busier or if they'd planned it all along. The recent announcement came that Integrate Mag had been incorporated. At the same time, 2 more people, a voice actor and a streamer, were set to join Nito. Wow, Nito, that's awesome. Just don't push yourself too hard though, okay? Despite this being the second time I've seen this happen, I'm still genuinely impressed by what Nito is doing. Feeling like I was dreaming, I told her, if you push yourself too hard and get sick, that won't be good. So please, try to do your best, but in a healthy way, okay? Nito looked down. I'll be careful, thank you. Well, I suppose you already know what's going to happen in the future, don't you? Suddenly realizing, I added, so, maybe you've already taken precautions. But just be careful. Nito seemed a bit hesitant. I didn't really plan on saying something like this, but she started saying, from my point of view, there are a lot of first-time experiences for me, even though I'm looping. Oh really? What she'd said was unexpected, and for a second I struggled with how to respond. But if you're looping, you should know what happens. Each time, I do things a little differently, Nito continued, letting out a troubled sigh. Every time I start over, I try something drastically different. Maybe that's why things turn out so unpredictable. Even this time, it's the first time I went viral like this at this point. Oh, I see. That makes sense. That's probably true. Now that I think about it. My time travel and Nito's loop are fundamentally different mechanisms. Nito is restarting her high school life from the beginning, while I'm going back and forth between the past and future. And if she tries to live differently each time, then the things that happen will always be different. That's exactly what the well-known butterfly effect phenomenon is, where small changes can lead to big ones. I'd often seen it in sci-fi movies too. So, Nito didn't have much of an idea about what would happen in this loop. On the flip side, that means I should know this loop best, given I'd come from the future. For Nito, I'm redoing her latest loop. By the way, I said, suddenly curious. What are you aiming for in your high school life that's different this time? It was pure curiosity. You're trying something different from before, aren't you? What's different? If she'd been starting over with a goal each time, then she must have a specific aim in mind this time too. There must have been a specific point where she thought, let's try this for these next 3 years. That's what bothered me. Of course. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I rushed to add. We did promise not to talk too much about the riddles, after all. Nito, for some reason, gave me a tired smile. Yeah, I guess I can tell you that much at least. She looked straight at me. It's you, Megari. She said my name clearly. Trying to be closer to you, Megari. That's what I was trying to do this time. A few seconds passed between us. Oh, that's what it is? I finally squeezed out, noticing my voice was hoarse. So this is the first time we've gotten close like this? So that's the way it is. Up until now, Nito and I weren't this close. There must be a reason why she's getting closer to me this time. Yeah, that's right. She nodded at me, looking calm. Up to that point, I really felt like we were just classmates. So becoming this close, falling in love like this, becoming a couple, it's the first time. Just a classmate. Hearing her say that sent a strange tingling sensation through my brain. Images of what her daily life must have been like up until now flashed through my mind. Nito's high school life without meeting me. My high school life without meeting Nito. We would see each other in class but never talk, spending each day as strangers, and eventually graduate without ever getting involved with each other. That kind of youth repeated over and over again. 3 years without Nito. Thinking about days like that made me feel strangely lonely. The connections between people and the everyday life we take for granted, maybe they're more fleeting than I thought. And at the same time, I started seriously wondering, why did Nito choose to get close to me this time? What did she expect to gain by making getting closer to him her goal for this redo? Just what part of this is going according to her plan? Us ending up in the same astronomy club, or our random encounter in the club room after school? Or maybe when we bumped into each other in the cherry blossom snow on the day of the entrance ceremony? So, in this loop, there are a lot of firsts for me, Nito continued saying, but still the problems that are waiting for me are still the same. I'll keep hitting a wall during these 3 years, and the root of it all is that it'll continue as long as I'm me. Nito sighed softly. In the end, it'll all fall apart. Fall apart. That must be something she's experienced over and over again in her redos. To avoid that, this time she got closer to me, and we even became boyfriend and girlfriend. Honestly, though, I don't think her feelings are a lie. I'm sure Nito really does love me. There was no doubt about that, given her attitude towards me so far. So, I have to do my best, Nito murmured. This time, I absolutely have to do something about it. I sensed that her feelings were bottomless in her voice, as if she's trying to convince herself. In her gaze, looking down at her feet, yet seemingly not looking at anything at all. Just moments ago, the person standing there was the Nito I knew. Cute, serious, and sometimes a bit too carefree. That was my girlfriend. But, right now, she seemed like a completely different person. A musician with a pathological dedication and a gifted sense of artistry. The delicate, fragile artist Nito who may one day disappear. She'd become someone far removed from the girl I knew. Just then, it hit me. I just couldn't connect the usual Nito with the idea of her disappearing. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea that such a bright, easygoing girl with a mind for justice would meet such a tragic end. But I get it now. It is possible for Nito. If it was the girl in front of me right now, then she could meet an end like that. A moment later, just let me carry it. I heard an echoing voice, a familiar one, ringing out from across the street. That's heavy, isn't it? Look, the bag is bulging. I jumped and looked in that direction. Next to me, Nito's expression quickly shifted and she looked up. Oh, it's Moan. Nito called out joyfully as her eyes fell on the girl. It was Igarashi-san. Igarashi-san and another woman, an adult woman, was next to her. And it looked like they were likely returning from the supermarket. The pair were fighting over a bag full of groceries. Ah, it's Chika and Sakamoto. Igarashi-san spotted us and her face instantly lit up. but then glanced at the woman next to her and blushed. "Oh, hello Chika-chan." The adult woman in question broke into a smile when she saw Nito. Nito returned that friendlessly. "Hello, it's been a while, hasn't it?" moans Mama. "That's right, since the entrance ceremony, right?" "Oh yeah, I saw your video. It's really something, isn't it?" "Ahaha." "Yep, a bunch of people saw it by chance I guess," moans Mum. "I see, so this woman is Igarashi-san's mother." From the looks of it, Igarashi-san ran into her mother by chance on her way home from school, and was trying to help her carry the shopping. Looking closely, Moan's mom really looked a lot like her daughter. Both were petite, had similar facial features, and shared a sense of stylishness in their clothing and makeup. "She's probably around the same age as my parents, but gave off a much younger vibe." While those thoughts ran through my head, Igarashi-san snatched the plastic bag from her mother. Despite looking annoyed and pouting, Igarashi-san didn't try to distance herself from her mother. Apparently they had a good parent-child relationship. If it were me, I feel like I would be too embarrassed and end up behaving more rudely. "Oh, right. This is Sakamoto." Nito pointed me out to Moan's mum. "My boyfriend." "Eh? Really?" Moan's mom's eyes instantly lit up. Her voice rose by at least 3 notches. "Your name's Sakamoto-kun?" "Chika-chan's boyfriend." Why yes, I nervously nodded, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her unexpected enthusiasm. "I haven't quite lived up to it yet, but yes I am. I'm also in the same club as Igarashi-san." "Oh my, I see." Moan's mom kept grinning at me, her eyes studying me with intense curiosity. "Moan always talks about you." "Still, oh I get it now." "No, please don't stare at me like that." "Stop with the, so this Chika-chan's boyfriend, huh?" Look on your face and such obvious curiosity. It's scary being sized up like this. "Ha, you're all at that age already," Moan's mom said, her eyes half closed. "Not that long ago, Moan and Chika-chan were in kindergarten. And now, no, it definitely wasn't not that long ago," Nito said, as she let out a belly laugh. "It's been like 10 years already. That's ages ago now." "Wait a second. Nito isn't in her model student mode right now. I figured she'd use that persona in front of her friend's parent, but right now Nito was just being her usual, laid-back self." She seemed very close to Moan's mum. They've probably been hanging out as families, I guess. Just like Igarashi-san said the other day, they were very close friends given they were neighbors. "Oh, that reminds me." Moan's mom suddenly seemed to remember something. "Moan, you were asked out on a date the other day, weren't you?" "Mama, please." Igarashi-san's face turned red at this sudden revelation. "Don't just say that without asking me first." "I hadn't told Chika and the others yet." "Oh really? Should I have not mentioned it?" "No, it's fine since I was planning on telling them anyways." "But, still, a date, huh?" "So, Igarashi-san was asked out by a guy. That hardly came as a surprise, given her looks and personality." Something came to mind. "Mitsuya-san?" I asked Igarashi-san. "When we were playing futsal, you two seemed to be getting along pretty well. Was it him?" "That was my hunch. Mitsuya-san seemed to take a liking to Igarashi-san that day. If anyone had asked her out, I figure it would have been him." And going off Igarashi-san's hesitant nod, "It turns out my hunch was right." "Yep. You haven't met him yet, have you Chika? Mitsuya-san is a UNI student I met through futsal." She looked back at me. "What do you think?" she asked. "Should I go on a date with him? Or should I turn him down?" I'm not sure." Suddenly put on the spot, I mulled it over. "Mitsuya-san, my impression of him wasn't bad. But first off, I don't really have much dating experience. I don't even know how to answer a question like that." But she's asking for my help, so I traced back through my memory for what I remembered about him. He didn't seem like a bad guy, honestly. He was good looking. His personality seemed nice too. In fact, he was kind enough to give me advice when I was struggling as a beginner in futsal. At the very least, I don't think there's any reason to turn him down at this point. And just as I was about to tell her to go for it, "Let's go on a double date," Nito beat me to the punch. "Why don't Sakamoto and I, and you and that guy, Go on a double date. What? Igarashi-san furrowed her brows in confusion. With you and Sakamoto too? Why? Well, recently I haven't been able to hang out with Sakamoto at all. Nito pouted exaggeratedly as she spoke. I mean, I'm even getting left out at the club and I'm not getting to do any couple-like things at all. You are. Yeah, that's true. Sorry. So, I thought this could be a good chance for us to hang out together. Oh right. That might actually be a good idea. I want to help Igarashi-san with her problem, but I also want to prioritize my girlfriend, Nito. So, a double date might kill two birds with one stone. Besides, I'm curious. Nito continued, you might start dating this guy, right? Like, there's a chance he could become your boyfriend. I don't know that yet. Igarashi-san fidgeted and squirmed where she stood. I mean, it's not impossible, I guess. See? So, I want to meet him. Nito declared proudly. I want to know what kind of person he is. Whether he's worthy of being with my best friend. Then, a grin split Igarashi's face. Ah, I see. Nito saying the words best friend must have done the trick. This girl is really easy to win over. When Nito makes a show of their friendship, she takes the bait hook, line, and sinker. Well, if you put it that way. Clueless of my disbelief, Igarashi-san kept up her forced reluctant act, but she couldn't get rid of that obvious grin on her face. I'll ask Mitsuya-san then. Chapter 3, Wet and Watery Blue. Wow, it feels so liberating. We were about an hour by train from Ojikubo. Nito, Igarashi-san, and I were just stepping out of Kasai Rinkai Park Station, a large public park located along Tokyo Bay, and I couldn't hold in the awe I felt when I saw the sweeping view before us. Amazing. The sky is so vast. Being near the sea really is the best. A lush, green park stretched out in front of us. Looking up, there wasn't a cloud to be seen in the clear blue sky. This place was clearly designed for outdoor fun. Whoa, this is so nice. I didn't even know there was a place like this in Tokyo. The girls perked up straight away too, and Igarashi-san busied herself snapping photos with her smartphone. Ojikubo, where we live, is a bit of a chaotic hodgepodge of a town. Sure, it had both big stores and interesting independent ones, but the streets were narrow and there wasn't much greenery. So, when we came to a place like this, the total opposite of that, we couldn't help but get excited. Just then, hey, we heard a voice coming from nearby. Thanks for coming. Looking in that direction, I saw a person with short black hair and a smooth, well-groomed face. They were wearing clothes with a simple design. Expensive looking but not too flashy. Mitsuya-san, the outgoing UNI student who invited Igarashi-san on today's date, was running towards us with a smile on his face. No, thank you for inviting us, Igarashi-san said in a somewhat formal tone and smiled back at him. Actually, I'm sorry for bringing my friends who are a couple along too. No, it's fine. I'm sorry for inviting you even though we haven't talked much. I'm glad you came. So, in early July, Mitsuya-san gladly accepted Igarashi-san's invitation to have a double date with her friends, and Nito and I joined them at Kasai Rinkai Park. I think the last time I visited this place was back in elementary school with my parents. I remember it being a cold and kind of lonely place at the time, probably because it was winter, but today, a fair few people filled the streets. There were food trucks and groups setting up tents too, giving the place a lively summer festival vibe. All right, let's get going then. Yep. With that, we started walking. The current temperature was in the high 20s, and it was meant to reach just shy of 30 degrees later on, but the wind blowing from the sea caressed our skin, and the sun shining on our faces and short-sleeved arms felt cooler than the temperature suggested. In short, it was a picture-perfect day for a date. Thank you, Sakamoto-kun and Nito-san. We'd decided to head to the aquarium inside the park and were following the map there, when Mitsuya-san spoke up. And I'm sorry if you would have preferred it being just the two of you. No, not at all. Nito replied with a bright smile. She was in the full model student mode, like in class. To tell you the truth, He's actually been completely neglecting me lately. He's just been hanging out with Mon and our senpai," she said, looking at me resentfully. "So we finally got to go on a date thanks to this. Sorry for making you feel lonely. There's a part of me that's been neglecting Nito for her sake, but the fact that I made her feel lonely is undeniable, and there's no excuse for it. So obviously I want to make sure Nito has a lot of fun today. I want to make our first date since we became a couple an absolutely wonderful day." "I see, I see." Mitsuya-san looked at us warmly with half-closed eyes. "I'd be happy if you two could get nice and close, especially after coming all this way." On a side note, Igarashi-san asked me to help her again today. She wanted to see what kind of person Mitsuya-san was, whether he was good enough to date, from the lens of the Nito obsession reduction plan. And yeah, that's something I definitely want to work out myself too. "Mitsuya-san, are you really a man worthy of capturing Igarashi-san's heart?" Be warned, my standards are pretty high. Judging face. "So, right off the bat," Mitsuya-san frowned all of a sudden. "Nito-san, is what you're wearing okay, huh?" "Me?" "Yes," he nodded and casually pointed out, "You've been the talk of the internet lately. Haven't you?" "I noticed it earlier too." Yeah, something like that." "Oh, Mitsuya-san noticed? That Nito is the currently trending as Nito." He casually glanced around and added, "Some people might recognize you from time to time." "Really?" He was right. Glancing around myself, some people nearby were definitely looking straight at Nito. "Oh, people are noticing her. And it's obvious that they suspect she's Nito. So, if you want, why don't you buy a hat or sunglasses at one of the shops around here? Look, they seem to have some at that store." He pointed to a shop selling drinks and food, and sure enough, they appeared to be selling stuff that could be used for a disguise. There would be heaps of people coming to the beach for a dip, so I guess it's for those customers. Right, I'll go get some." After a moment's thought, Nito ran off toward the store. As I watched her go, I shot another quick glance at Mitsuya-san. HMPH, not a bad start, I guess. I was impressed that he followed up so quickly, after only just realizing Nito was famous. If I was in his shoes, I would have been freaking out and doing a triple take the second I saw her, then would have been nervous the entire time after that. You get a high score. Judging face. And after a little while, Tada, Nito returned. She was wearing flashy yellow-framed sunglasses that practically screamed, "I'm ready to party. How's this? No one will recognize me as Nito now, don't you think?" "Wait, those are way too flashy." "They're not something someone who wants to be incognito would wear." Igarashi-san let out a delighted laugh next to me, ready with her own take. "Ahaha, Chika, it suits you surprisingly well." "I know, right? You should totally go to school wearing those from now on." "Really? Think I can go to class like this?" "Absolutely not. You'd have them confiscated the second you walked through the main gate." "All right, disguise complete." Ignoring my comments, Nito grabbed onto my arm tightly. "Now then, let's continue our date." Section. "Wow, there are so many sharks. They look so cool." "I know, right? I've loved this aquarium since I was a kid." When we arrived at the dimly lit aquarium, Igarashi-san was immediately drawn to the large tank in front of us. Standing behind her, Mitsuya-san watched the excited girl with a warm smile on his face. "Hammerhead sharks have interesting shapes, don't they?" "Look at that one with the strange-looking head." "Oh, I think I've seen those in picture books before." Igarashi-san whipped out her smartphone from her bag and started snapping a bunch of photos. Apparently, she'd gotten hooked on taking photos ever since the recent Instagram challenge. She'd developed a habit of pointing her camera at anything that caught her eye, whether at school or out like this, and the aquarium was chock full of scenes that would make for captivating photos. Creatures of all shapes and sizes swam around in lit-up tanks. She didn't seem to be specifically chasing Insta-worthy shots of them, which sat well with me because it was nice to see the creatures without any filters. As an otaku, I tend to dislike the obsession with things being Insta-worthy. You got some good shots. Look, the path seems to continue this way. Igarashi-san had finished her photo shoot for the time being, and Mitsuya-san noticed her looking around. He gently guided her along. "This tank looks interesting too, Igarashi-san. I think you'll like it." "Wow, you're right." Honestly, it was a bit surprising to see. In my mind, Mitsuya-san fell into the sporty, outgoing, handsome UNI student category, and to be fair, that image wasn't far off with his undercut hairstyle and pricey-looking clothes. Together with being the leader of the futsal team, I figured people like that would be more rowdy when dating. Like having BBQs, swimming at the beach, or even coming to an aquarium like this just to take Insta-worthy photos. That's the image I had. But, right now, he was quietly walking around the aquarium by Igarashi-san's side. By the looks of it, he was enjoying looking into the tanks too, and he made sure to keep his voice down. "I guess I had Mitsuya-san pegged all wrong," I said to Nito, quietly enough for Mitsuya-san not to hear. "I thought he'd be more of a playboy." Yeah, he's not as much of a party person as I thought he'd be," Nito agreed with a nod. "I thought he'd be more like that when I first met him too." "Yeah, and so far, he's leaving a really good impression. No mistakes, and it's been genuinely fun. If I'm honest, I had a feeling it wouldn't go quite so smoothly at first." While Igarashi-san had a flashy look to her, she also had an artsy side, just like Nito. Personally, I'm the sort of person who prefers to stay in the shadows. I had a hunch that if Mitsuya-san went on a date with people like us, things wouldn't click, and would probably end up being like, well, the chemistry just wasn't there. So, honestly, my current impression of him was pretty good. Much better than I had anticipated. Isn't this good? Isn't be good boyfriend material for Igarashi-san? Well, whether he's a good match for Moan or not is a separate issue. As usual, Nito was firmly latched onto my arm. She spoke calmly as she pressed a mysterious softness against me. "Even when everything seems to line up, sometimes things just don't feel right. That's true." She's definitely right. People don't fall for someone based on some checklist. We fall for the whole package, a mix of all sorts of things. So yeah, the real deal starts now. The date has just begun, and I plan to take my time to carefully assess the situation. By the way, Nito's voice suddenly dropped low. "You're staring too much, huh?" "Megari, you've been staring at the staff members for a while now." "What have I?" Taken by surprise by the unexpected comment, all I could do was stare blankly, but Nito shot me an even more suspicious look. "See, even now, you can't take your eyes off that lady feeding the fish." She was right. Without realizing it, I'd been talking to Nito, while my eyes were fixed on the staff member swimming in the tank and feeding the fish in front of us. It looked so fun. Swimming around and feeding the fish like that. I want to try it too. But Nito looked none too pleased. "Geez, your girlfriend is literally right next to you, but you're just staring at other women in swimsuits." "No, that's not a swimsuit, it's a wetsuit. There's no skin showing." "All right then, if I went into that tank, would you look at me instead of that staff member?" "Of frigging course I'd look. I'd be staring at you in complete shock. Just so you know, I'd be wearing a bikini." "What kind of scenario are we talking about here?" "Instead of just watching, I'd go and pull you out." "You'd pull me out, would ya?" Nito laughed out loud, her face lighting up again. So she wasn't actually jealous, but just teasing me. Well, I knew that already. Taking a deep breath to refresh my mood, Nito and I started walking around the aquarium again, trailing behind Igarashi-san in the Mitsuya-san section. After that, we continued to explore the aquarium by following the path. We were like, whoa, huge. Seeing the taxidermy of the Antarctic's biggest fish, spent nearly 20 minutes staring at the giant tuna tank, and followed the cute movements of the adorable little penguins with our eyes. All the while Igarashi-san was engrossed in snapping photos. Mitsuya-san watched her with a knowing look, and whenever he spotted a place she might like, he'd lead her right to it. Finally, we bought souvenirs at the gift shop. We left the aquarium feeling very satisfied and the four of us strolled down the beach road. Next stop the Ferris wheel. Is it really okay?" Igarashi-san asked Mitsuya-san, as she held a small stuffed octopus. "I mean, you paid for all three of our souvenirs." "Yeah, no worries. Mitsuya-san replied with a smile. The part-time job I've been working at recently pays pretty well, so I have plenty of money. Plus, hanging out with everyone has been a lot of fun. He treated us. Mitsuya-san not only paid for Igarashi-san's souvenir but also for mine and Nito's. I should note, the octopus charm Igarashi-san was holding now she'd bought herself. I bought a small fish fossil, and Nito bought socks with a tuna pattern. I wonder when she plans to wear them. To top it off, Mitsuya-san paid for our aquarium entrance fees. It wasn't just because of that, and it's not like we've been won over by money. But before we knew it we'd completely let our guard down around Mitsuya-san. Thank you so much. I'll treasure these socks too. No worries. You're very welcome. I've always wanted a fish fossil. Oh, is that a real one? It is. Yeah, it's about 100 million years old. That's incredible. Igarashi-san piped up next to us while we were talking. Her eyes were pointing at a restroom on the side of the path. Can I go for a bit? Of course. Ah, me too. Yes, yes. Take care. Igarashi-san and Nito trotted off to the restroom together, which left Mitsuya-san and me behind. We felt a bit awkward waiting around, so we decided to walk towards the waves. Wow, the smell of the sea is pretty strong around here. Yeah, I actually grew up in a coastal town, so this kind of thing is nostalgic for me. Oh, so you're from the countryside? Mitsuya-san. I sussed him out in my head again as we talked. He'd been consistently nice so far. He was considerate, good at reading the mood, and had good looks and financial stability to boot. It was obvious from our conversation at the aquarium that his family was pretty loaded. He didn't say it outright, but the details about his family's house, the fact that they go on overseas trips every year, and other details gave away how rich they were. As far as the checklist was concerned, there wasn't a single point of complaint so far. It's safe to say there'd be nothing to worry about with him as a boyfriend. That said, I was starting to feel a bit anxious about the opposite. I haven't seen his true nature yet, or rather, I haven't seen his human side. Take Rokuyo-senpai for example. He was in the same category as Mitsuya-san, and sometimes showed his human side. Just the other day, when he went to the toilet, he said, "Going to take a shit," and got a dressing down from the two girls, who said, "You don't have to say that." Mitsuya-san doesn't do that kind of thing. Because of that, I still feel like I've only seen one side of him, and I can't decide whether to recommend him to Igarashi-san or not. Ugh! A man's scream reached my ears while I was deep in thought. It had come from where Mitsuya-san and I had just been walking, by the sea. When I whipped around to look that way. Mitsuya-san? I saw him slumped over on the ground. What happened? I rushed over and peered into his face. Are you hurt? Did you feel sick all of a sudden? His face had turned pale. Mitsuya-san's complexion, which had been full of color until now, had turned as white as a sheet. What the heck happened to make him look like this? A random attacker? A thief? A sudden onset of a chronic illness? Whatever the case, it was definitely a big deal. I swallowed hard and waited for Mitsuya-san to respond. There, his voice trembling, he nervously raised his hand and pointed a bit ahead, towards the sea wall blocks where the waves were crashing. Oh, over there. What? Is there something there? I raised myself up a little bit and brought my face closer to what he was pointing at. It just looked like an ordinary block at first glance. A dark gray, stone-paved structure that waves occasionally crashed onto. It had a complex shape and a bumpy surface. Did something happen to it? Not getting it. I brought my face even closer to the block. I stared at it from up close. Huh? And it moved. The surface of the concrete was all wriggly, like something was squirming. Skitter, 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 skitter. Ugh! A huge swarm of sea roaches that had been clinging to the block started moving all at once. Achoo! I lost my shit. I screamed just like Mitsuya-san had and fell backward onto my ass. No way, that's friggin' gross. Seeing a huge swarm of sea roaches up close like that, they kind of look like actual cockroaches if you squint hard enough. Still on my ass, I backed away at lightning speed, getting as far away from them as possible. My heart was still pounding, and sweat was pouring out of every pore of my body. Just then, I noticed Mitsuya-san, who had somehow ended up beside me. Our eyes met, as he was on the ground too. His hair was messed up, and his face still deathly pale, which somehow made him look uncool in a very human way. It made him feel like a classmate, someone my own age. Ahahaha. Man, that was something, huh? We both found ourselves laughing. About what happened earlier. I'd appreciate it if you could keep it to yourself. We'd hightailed it out of the sea roach zone as quickly as we could. While we were waiting for Nito and Igarashi-san, Mitsuya-san, looking incredibly embarrassed, asked me for that favor. I'd be grateful if you don't tell Mon-chan that I got scared by some little sea roaches and fell over like that. Ah, no problem. I couldn't hold in a laugh as I answered. I mean, I had the same reaction, so I definitely won't say a word. Ahaha. That's good then. Mitsuya-san, looking worried, scrunched up his eyebrows and ran a hand through his hair. It'd be super embarrassing if the girl I'm chasing found out about something like that. He definitely looked like the sporty and outgoing type, the type that could join Sunday I'm, a popular male Japanese pop and hip-hop group known for their energetic performances and catchy music, and wouldn't look out of place. Honestly, I was surprised, I said, feeling a sense of closeness to Mitsuya-san. I thought you'd be totally fine with that kind of thing. Actually, I got the impression that you'd be comfortable with and even enjoy outdoor activities. Oh, well, not really, he said, sighing. Since the cat's already out of the bag, I'll tell you. Just between you and me, Sakamoto-kun, I'm actually pretty wimpy. Really? Mitsuya's face had lost its earlier confidence, and he looked genuinely troubled. I honestly just thought you were the ultimate outgoing person or something. Outgoing, huh? Yeah, I guess I am. Mitsuya-san readily agreed and nodded. I think I have a lot of friends, and my communication skills are at least average. Yeah, I think so too, but I don't know, compared to my futsal friends, I feel like I'm a bit of a small fry. I mean, I'm nowhere near Haruki when it comes to sports or academics. Haruki? Oh, he must be talking about Rokuyo-senpai. So, even among his outgoing futsal friends, he's considered an amazing guy. And, to tell you the truth, I'm actually not that popular either. That's hard to believe. Really? But I'm almost 19, and I've only had 2 girlfriends so far. Wait, isn't that plenty? I mean, having 2 girlfriends by the time you're 18 is quite a lot, isn't it? Is that not the case in Mitsuya's world? That's why, honestly, I'm really desperate today. Mitsuya-san said with a troubled smile. I think Mon-chan is incredibly cute. It was love at first sight, and she's also really dedicated to futsal, so I really wanted to get closer to her. I see. I've been working really hard to make sure I don't mess up today. So that's how it was, huh? I finally felt like I understood Mitsuya-san a little better. He seemed so sincere. It felt like he was from another planet, and I'd had no clue what was going on in his head. I figured this date would be nothing to him, and that's why he could play it so cool. But truth be told, it's a different story. He tries to show off in front of the girl likes, but in reality, doesn't have much confidence in himself. Heck, he even gets scared by sea roaches and ended up on his ass. That's who he is, just a normal, earnest young man. So if you don't mind, Mitsuya-san said, glancing towards the restroom. He checked to see that Nito and Igarashi-san had come out, and then smiled at me. I'd really appreciate it if you could support me too, Sakamoto-kun. For some reason, seeing that look on his face made my heart skip a beat. I couldn't help but be charmed by his troubled smile. That means, I thought, I can totally root for him. Mitsuya-san is a genuinely good guy who deserves my support, isn't he? After having lunch at a restaurant near the station, we made our way to Kasai Rinkai Park's famous giant Ferris wheel. Oh, it's surprisingly cool in here. Yeah, it really is. Nito and I had that exchange as we boarded the Ferris wheel together. I'd been prepared for it to be like a sauna and have no aircon, but to my surprise, the inside of the gondola was actually cooler than outside. I'm looking forward to this. I sat down on the seat facing Nito, feeling excited. I've loved this Ferris wheel since I was a kid. Until recently it had held the title of Japan's tallest Ferris wheel at a whopping 117 meters off the ground. And I remembered it well. Seeing the view of the sea and the city was so much fun that my younger self was beside himself with joy. On top of the TV stand at home, there was a photo of me smiling ear to ear while looking at the scenery. "I hope you'll like it too, Nito," I muttered as the gondola slowly ascended and I took in the view. "And I hope you'll like my favorite place too." I should add, this time Nito and I were paired up, while Igarashi-san and Mitsuya-san were in another gondola. It was our first time being alone together during this date. I'd warmed up to Mitsuya-san after our little incident earlier. I'd ended up with a pretty good impression of him, and in my heart, I was cheering for their relationship to move forward. Right now, I really hope that Mitsuya-san and Igarashi-san hit it off. The gondola continued to climb higher and higher while I was lost in thought. The wind was whizzing past us, and we could start to see Tokyo Bay in the distance. That's when I noticed something. "Nito, why are you wearing sunglasses?" They were the pair she'd bought earlier. She seemed to enjoy wearing them at first, but quickly grew bored of them. She'd taken them off in the dimly lit aquarium and when there were no people around, so I just assumed she wouldn't wear them on the Ferris wheel either. But, for whatever reason, she was wearing them at this very moment. It almost felt like we were at some random dance floor with the party vibes she was giving off. "And why are you staring straight ahead like that?" She wasn't moving a muscle, just staring in front of her. She was so stiff that she couldn't even look at the beautiful view around her. Without a word, she stood up from her seat, came over to me in a half crouch, and sat down next to me. What's wrong?" She suddenly grabbed hold of my arm. "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" I couldn't help but feel my heart pounding. I still couldn't get used to the warmth and softness of her body pressed against mine, and from this angle, I could almost see her cleavage. I reflexively looked away from the wide-open collar that seemed to reveal her valley and other things. What is she planning to do, in this confined space, with just the two of us, while we're so close together? Was Nito planning to do something? Something more than just being close? As those thoughts ran through my brain, exclamation mark. I figured it out. I've realized something. I hesitantly reached out my hand and took her off her sunglasses. And, as predicted, are those tears? Her eyes were watery. "You look like you're about to cry, or already half crying." Nito was on the verge of tears. I'd never seen her so weak before, and when I looked closely, her complexion was pretty bad. She had sweat beading on her forehead, and her hands and legs were shaking a bit. Nito's reaction must mean, I swallowed hard. "You're afraid of heights." That's got to be it. "Nito, are you afraid of heights?" She was scared of high places but boarded the Ferris wheel anyway. She couldn't bear to look around, and she didn't want anyone to see her crying, so she wore sunglasses. But Nito shook her head, trembling. No, it's not like that." So started her tough act. "It's just a little hot in the gondola. I'm just sweating." "No, it's cool in here. Actually, the aircon is working great. The reason my eyes are teary is because I remembered a song I like and got emotional." "You're way too upset right for it just to be that." We were going back and forth like that when a strong gust of wind buffeted us. The wind roared around us as it passed by, causing the gondola to sway a lot. Ugh! Nito's ear-splitting scream nearly made me jump out of my own skin. She clung to my arm even tighter and said, "Hey, don't shake it, Megari. It wasn't me. It was obviously the wind." It shook again. "Seriously, stop it already. I'm telling you, it's not me. And you're scared of heights after all, aren't you?" I sighed and looked out the window. As we argued, the Ferris wheel passed its peak and began to descend slowly, with the ground getting closer and closer. "Well, just bear with it a little longer," I told Nito with a sigh. "We'll be back on the ground soon, so just hang in there until then. She should be free from this gondola in a few more minutes." "I know that it's hard, but you just have to tough it out until then." "Or so I thought. Is that okay?" Nito was forcing a smile for some reason. "What's okay?" "If you really like the Ferris wheel that much, Megari, and you wanted to show me this view," she started saying and took a ragged breath. Her face was even paler than before. I can go around one more time with you if you wanna. For Pete's sake, seriously, don't push yourself. Section. Ha, it's been a while since I've been to the beach. Nito, back in high spirits, squinted as she felt the wind blowing in from Tokyo Bay. It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm glad I came here with you, Megari. Same, standing next to her. I nodded. The sea is nice, isn't it? I know it sounds cheesy, but it's kinda moving. After getting off the Ferris wheel and taking a break, waiting for Nito to recover, we finally arrived at the beach. It was a section called Nishi-Nagiza, where people could swim and have barbecues. On the other side of this ocean there are countries and cities I've never been to. I could feel myself getting emotional. The view spread out before me was incredibly moving. As a city slicker, this kind of view is special to me. Well, it's not like I could see the horizon or anything, but Tokyo Bay was right in front of us, and beyond that, I could see things like the Aqualine Hotaru, an artificial island rest area and tourist attraction in there. Middle of Tokyo Bay. Still, the salty smell of the wind and the sound of the waves made me feel sentimental. Also, we'd split off as couples again. Igarashi-san and the Mitsuya-san were also looking at the sea, but from somewhere further up the beach. Thank you for suggesting this double date, I blurted out without thinking. At first, I wasn't sure, but yeah, it was fun. I know, right? Nito puffed out her chest proudly and giggled. I knew it'd be fun if we all went out together. Wow, you're so amazing. You never disappoint, Nito-san. Hee hee. It's no big deal. Oh, I got a line message. Nito pulled out her smartphone from her pocket, unlocked it, and checked the message. A live stream, huh? She muttered quietly. What's up? Oh, I got a message from Minae-san. Minae-san. That meant it was a business-related message about Integrate Mag. It says that the date for the live stream we've been planning has been set for the end of this month. So we need to start getting ready. Oh, gotcha. A live stream at the end of this month. That must be the live stream that Igarashi-san mentioned in the present timeline. The one that'd cause a huge fight between her and Nito and end with their friendship in shattered pieces. I felt myself going from relaxed to tense in an instant. My back straightened, and my consciousness returned from beyond the sea, to my feet. That stream, our time limit, had almost arrived in this timeline. And I knew for sure Igarashi-san hadn't found anything she could redirect her passion into yet. Well, at least for now. She probably hasn't found something she loves enough to rival Nito's presence. So, in the few short weeks before summer vacation, we have to come up with something. Anything. Now, if only the state could be the turning point we need. If she ends up dating Mitsuya-san, it'd be one hell of a lucky break. What's more, Nito? I noticed the intense look on Nito's face as she was typing out a reply. It was so intense that I couldn't help but call out her name. What's wrong with a scary face? What? Sorry. When she looked up from the screen, Nito was smiling with her eyebrows scrunched up. After a moment's hesitation, she mumbled, "This live stream is pretty important." Important? Yes. I've realized after looping many times that if I fail here, it'll be really bad. How bad? Could Nito know as well? That this live stream will trigger her falling out with Igarashi-san. Integrate Mag will go bankrupt. For real? Yes, for real. The entire agency will go bankrupt? Yep, that's what'll happen. And then, I won't be able to do music anymore. Oh, I see. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Integrate Mag going bankrupt. It's certainly possible. In the future I came from, Integrate Mag was already a popular entertainment agency. I can't imagine it going bankrupt. But, at this stage, it is still Minae-san's personal agency. It was still in its infancy, not that popular or big in scale yet, so it's not surprising that a single failed live stream could tank it. It'd mess up Nito's music career too. She wouldn't be able to continue doing music. If that happens, then this loop will be yet another failure for me. Nito said, biting her lip. It'll all be for nothing again. Her face tensed up once more. She went from being my girlfriend, Nito, to the musician Nito. I have to do my best. I have to do my best. Those words sounded less like she was encouraging herself and more like she was tying herself down. Hey, someone suddenly called out to us from behind. When I turned around, Igarashi-san was standing there. Her hair was messed up from the wind, and she seemed out of breath for some reason. What's wrong? I couldn't help asking after seeing her frazzled state. Something was off. She looked extremely flustered. Looking around, I saw Mitsuya-san. He should have still been with Igarashi-san not a moment ago, but there he was slowly walking toward us from 20 or so meters away. He confessed, Igarashi-san said in a hoarse voice. Mitsuya-san confessed to me. It was super passionate. We were on the train home. Sitting next to me, Igarashi-san was giving her report. He was like, I'll definitely cherish you and make you happy. So, please go out with me. Wow, that's awesome. People have confessed to me before, but that's the first time it was like that. The evening scenery of Tokyo whizzed by outside the window. It was the view traveling along the Yamanote line from Tokyo Station to Shinjuku Station. I feel like this area has a stronger sense of history than where we live in Sujinami Ward. It's like I can see the layers of work by the people who developed this land into complex 3D architecture. Ever since I was a kid, I've always loved staring at this scenery outside the train window. Anyways, for now, I told him I needed some time to think. What do you think? Igarashi-san shot a quick glance at me. She asked frankly, how did Mitsuya-san seem to you too? I think honestly, he might be a great choice. First off, I just tried to tell it how I saw it as concisely as I could. He's kind, gentlemanly, and genuinely seems to like you, Igarashi-san. Plus, he's surprisingly down to earth and easy to get along with, so yeah, I think he's a good person. I personally have a good impression of him. Huh, surprisingly down to earth? Igarashi-san looked at me curiously. Was he like that? I didn't really notice. No, it's nothing. Sorry, it's just my impression. I mean, I just had that kind of feeling. Igarashi-san looked at me suspiciously, but eventually sighed, as if giving up. How about you, Chika? She asked Nito, sitting on the other side of me. How did Mitsuya-san seem to you? Yeah, I was curious to hear her take on it too. Nito really does have a sharp intuition, so she might see throughout Mitsuya-san more clearly than us. Maybe she can give us some useful insights from a whole different perspective. But, Chika? Nito was looking down. Hey, Chika. Finally seeming to notice, Nito looked up. She forced a smile and said, What's up? Like I said, Mitsuya-san. What did you think of him? What kind of impression did he make? Well, Nito looked down again and spoke like she was a kind of spaced out. Yeah, I thought he was a good person. He's reliable and kind. It had been like this the whole time. It was like Nito's head was filled with nothing but the upcoming live stream, and her responses were vague whenever we talked to her. She barely reacted to Igarashi-san's story at all. And geez, Igarashi-san looked genuinely annoyed. Even though she'd been so reliant on Nito and treated her so nicely until now, she couldn't help but look fed up. In the middle of the awkward atmosphere between the two, I felt a cold sweat coming on. The big fight that was supposed to happen on the day of the live stream was fast approaching. How about you, Igarashi-san? I wanted to break the awkward tension between the two, so I asked her, if such a handsome guy confessed to you, wouldn't you be happy? Right now, what are your thoughts on what answer you'll give him? Well, Igarashi-san pouted and crossed her arms. Her eyebrows scrunched up. Of course I'm happy. I mean, being told by someone that nice they like me. I don't dislike him either. Hey, I figured. Also, it's amazing how kind he is. How should I put this? It's the sort of kindness you only get from growing up in a privileged environment, and being high-spec. It's a different kind of kindness than yours. For a second I found myself agreeing with that thought. Hey, isn't that calling me low-spec? Wait, did she just casually diss me? It was so nonchalant that it took a second for my brain to catch up, but she just subtly put me down, didn't she? I didn't mean it like that. Surprisingly, Igarashi-san was looking right at me with a serious expression. I don't really think you're low-spec. Then what do you mean? Your kindness is Igarashi-san paused for a moment before finishing her answer. It just feels more right for me. I see. It's not that I'm not happy to hear her say that. It's also a bit surprising that she thinks I'm kind. But, that also means, I thought, if my kindness feels more right to her, then does that mean Igarashi-san doesn't feel the same way about Mitsuya-san? Section. It's been a while, hasn't it? That message came from Minaze-san in the middle of the night, a few days after the double date. Minaze, have you been well? Meguri, yes. I'm fine. Being healthy is my only redeeming quality. Minaze, hee. I'm glad to hear that. Minaze-san, a UNI student who created the talent agency Nito belonged and served as her manager and partner. I've met her once before, so I guess you'd say we're acquaintances. Minaze, I have something I want to ask you about today, Sakamoto-kun. Apparently she was worried about how Nito's been doing at school recently and decided to message me. She asked things like, has anything changed with Nito-san? And is she able to live a normal life? While lying on my bed, I told her that everything was pretty much the same as usual. But I did bring up that she might be feeling a bit pressured in regards to music these days. Minaze, I thought so. She followed up with another message. Minaze, I've been noticing something's off during our rehearsals recently. She was like this yesterday too. A video file popped up together with the message. What's this? I lazily tapped on the video. It showed Nito in a room with an electronic piano, which appeared to be a rented studio somewhere. While she was playing the piano and singing into the microphone, the look on her face was like Nito, the musician I sometimes caught glimpses of. Her sophisticated and cold expression was different from her usual self, and I felt a chill run through me for a second. Ugh, goddamn!" she shouted all of a sudden and stopped her performance. This part is all wrong." Then, looking frustrated, she played the piano melody she'd just been playing again, over and over. It's no use. I can't make a smooth transition. She was very clearly not happy with her performance, and roughly ran her fingers through her hair, quickly making it even messier than it already was. I thought it was fine. I heard Minaze-san's worried voice say off-screen. It sounded okay from what I heard in here. Her voice was full of concern for Nito. I completely agreed with her. I couldn't understand what was wrong with the part Nito was so frustrated about. In fact, it sounded like a cool and passionate performance to my ears. But, without even glancing at her, Nito replied, "It's not fine. It's not even worth talking about. I'll try again." She took a deep breath and started playing the song again. Her fingers were even more forceful than before, making the performance very intense. To me, Nito's piano melody and singing sounded perfect. Yet, even that wasn't enough for her. Ugh, it's all wrong. It's completely wrong. She shouted and stopped playing again. Why can't I get this part right? It's not even that difficult. With her head down, she repeatedly hit her knee with her fist. The video ended there. The playback screen on my smartphone switched back to the message exchange with Minaze-san. I was shocked. I was totally floored by what happened on the other side of the screen. For the first time, I witnessed the struggles of Nito as a musician. Her emotions were laid bare. I thought she was amazing, and I respected her. I was once again reminded what an incredible girl she was, and I was a little scared of Nito, who was so focused on her music and poured her heart and soul into it. Her way of being, almost superhuman, was something I actually found kind of scary. Meguri, she's amazing, isn't she? I fired off that short reply. Possibly sensing my feelings from the short message, Minaze-san sent another of her own. Minaze, can we meet again? Can the three of us talk? Chapter 4. If you really love me. Wait, Nito's moving? Wait, you haven't told Sakamoto-kun yet? Our loud voices boomed one after the other in the busy downtown cafe, causing nearby customers to look over at Minaze-san and I in surprise. Oops, we accidentally caused a scene. I'm sorry, but something unbelievable is happening right here, right now. Oh, did I not mention it? Nito, sitting across the table, put her cup down with a puzzled look. I probably forgot. I've had a lot on my mind lately, like what I need to do for the live stream and stuff like that. Are you serious? I couldn't help letting out a long sigh. How could you forget something so important? I mean, really? She's been like this lately, so absorbed in her music that she ends up completely forgetting about the obvious things. Minae-san seemed surprised by it too. Well, it's true that they'd bumped up the timeline for running the dorm. She sighed and leaned back in her chair. And I know it's tough with rehearsals and all lately, but if you didn't even have time to tell your boyfriend, you should have consulted with me about the schedule. It was the week after I saw Nito's rehearsal video. As promised, I visited a cafe after school to meet with Minae-san. She'd been extremely busy recently, what with the incorporation of Integrate Mag, Nito's rising popularity, and new affiliated creators. She'd finally hired more staff to help with her dizzying daily schedule of management, office operations, and external meetings. A benefit of which is she had a little more room to breathe, and was able to chat with her affiliated members like this. I should mention, Minae-san already knows that Nito and I are dating. Apparently, she's a fan of love stories, so there's a chance she'd bring that up today. Before that, though, there was something else we needed to talk about. Then, let me explain it again for Sakamoto-kun. Minae-san turned to me and gave me a rundown of Nito's moving situation. Integrate Mag really took off after the buzz around Nito-san the other day. It got people's attention and more people are willing to invest. We've been thinking about making it a company for some time, and it just happened to work out now. Yeah, I can see that. I'd seen the whole process of Nito and Integrate Mag's huge leap forward. Nito says this is the first time in these repeating loops that things have grown this fast. And true enough. Thinking back, I don't remember things getting this big in the first semester before. So, with the new affiliated members that joined, we now have 3: a singer, a streamer, and a voice actor. The 3 of them had already been introduced as members, and had started doing their thing. The streamer is popular with young people for her love advice streams. The young voice actor was popular too and someone I already knew. Both of them caused a stir when they joined Integrate Mag. And the problem now is their home environments, Minae-san continued. Nito and the streamer, Saki-chan, will need to continue making videos and streaming from home, right? So that means the most important things are their internet connection, security, and soundproofing, but both of them are a little worried about their current homes. Yeah, that makes sense. I bet neither of them saw this coming, their activities blowing up this big, this fast. It's safe to assume they didn't live in a house with professional level internet, security, and soundproofing. And then there was the live stream scheduled for later this month, the recent announcement of which was a hot topic online, and expectations were high. With that level of hype, cracking 10,000 concurrent viewers was practically a given. Those numbers are like what a popular streamer's live event gets. So, having a low-quality stream was simply not an option. They definitely want to avoid having their internet connection or soundproofing become a bottleneck at a time like that. So, if possible, and if they're up for it, we want to get them into a place that's going to work for what they'll be doing. We've talked it over and decided to set up a dorm at Integrate Mag. An apartment with sufficient internet, solid security, and decent soundproofing. Okay, so that's why. I sighed again. Nito is moving into that dorm, isn't she? And that's happening in 2 weeks? That's right, in just 2 weeks. In just over 10 days, Nito will leave Ojikubo, the town where we were born and raised, and live in a dormitory near the city center. I mean, yeah, I understood the circumstances. After listening to Minae-san's explanation, I knew it needed to happen. Plus, the big live stream was scheduled just a few days after the move. So, I can see why. But, no way. That's way too sudden. It's too much for me. I couldn't help yelling again. I would have liked a heads up at least a month in advance. It's a big deal, you know. I am, after all, supposed to be Nito's boyfriend. It's pretty shocking to find out that she's moving at the last minute. To be fair, I guess she's been really pressed for time. She's been so focused on rehearsals, and probably didn't have any free time. It's not like she was neglecting me or anything. Sorry. Nito did look like she meant it, as she shrugged her shoulders apologetically. I had a lot to think about, so I was late in telling you. That left me at a loss for words. I remember what Nito had told me once, how starting to do music made her feel. With this, I feel like I can keep going. How music had brightened up a life that was kind of tough up until that point. And, I don't know for sure, but I've had a hunch recently. Could Nito be stuck, trying to juggle the music she can't give up and her everyday life? And because of that she has ended up looping over and over again? There's no proof of that, obviously. But, watching Nito lately, I couldn't help but think so. If that's the case, then it might be a bit harsh to blame her for this. She didn't mean any harm, and maybe I should just let it go and say no more about it. So, by the way, I asked Nito about something else that had been bothering me, that being the most important thing to consider when moving. What about school? Yeah, that's a problem. A big one. What will she do about school if she lives in an apartment in the city center? Will she stay at Manuma High School, or will she transfer to another school? Can we still go to the same school now? In her first high school life with me, Nito had remained enrolled at Manuma High School, but she was so busy with her music that she hardly ever showed up, and we rarely saw each other at school. That said, the situation has changed quite a bit this time. With that in mind, there's a chance Nito might change her mind and decide to transfer schools instead. Will she disappear from Manuma High School altogether? That anxiety had been nibbling away at me for a while now. Oh, don't worry about that, Nito said casually and smiled at me. I won't transfer. I'll stay at Manuma High School. Ah, really? I let out a big sigh of relief. I'm glad. I thought we'd be separated. I'm not gonna transfer and leave my boyfriend behind. I don't wanna be apart either. Haha, alright. Well, that's good. That was a weight off my shoulders. Honestly, though, I did think it could have happened with how Nito is now. Like, she might have accidentally gone through the transfer process without realizing it or something like that. As long as it wasn't that bad, then, yeah, I guess it's fine. It's within my tolerance range. Oh, right. Minaze-san, who had been watching our conversation, suddenly spoke up. Actually, I was planning to go check out the dormitory after this. Saki-chan is moving in today, so I thought I'd help her and say hello. Is that right? Saki-chan, she's the streamer who recently joined Integrate Mag. She does love advice streams, and I've tried listening to a few of them. Come to think of it, Minaze-san loves love stories, so I guess she'd be into those kinds of streams too. While I was nodding along with myself in my head, why don't you two come along too? Minaze-san said, looking excited to visit Saki-chan and take a tour of the dormitory section. Wow, what a magnificent building. If I had to describe it in a word, I suppose it'd be the latest. Nito, this is amazing. You're going to live in a place like this? The apartment was about a 15-minute walk from the station in the city center. It was smack bang on the border between the bustling downtown and suburban areas. It wasn't brand new, but there had clearly been work done to the 5-story building recently. The design was both modern and stylish, and the entrance had tight security. Seems like the rent here would be insanely high. It's split with the office, so it's not that bad. A small smile curled Minaze-san's lips as she headed for the entrance. We've set it up so members can live there without it costing much more than a regular one-room apartment. Nice. Looks like Saki-chan is already here, Nito said happily as she looked at the moving company's truck parked out front. I wonder what kind of room she's going to have. Well then, should we check that out first? Minaze-san said, taking a key from her bag. I think almost all her stuff should be moved in by now. Saki-chan, long time no see. I don't think it's been that long, has it? We were in the entrance to Saki-san's room, where cardboard boxes and furniture appliances had just been brought in. Didn't we meet just last week, when you were getting the explanation about this place? Yeah, but still. And stop using formal language. You're older than me, Saki-chan. No, even so, you're my senior at the office, Nito-senpai, so I have to be proper in that regard. Nito and Saki, a streamer from the same agency as her, were having a friendly chat, and apparently, they already knew each other. Nito, in her usual club room carefree mode, was holding Saki's hand. She seemed quite fond of her. Saki, though, probably still had some emotional walls up, as she was looking up at Nito with a cool expression. She was short, with short black hair, cat-like eyes, and a mature, well-proportioned face. Her oversized hoodie really suited her subculture vibe. Huh. So this is Nito's colleague at Integrate Mag, is it? Yeah, it's possible that she is a kind of unique aura about her. Also, Nito-senpai, who is that guy over there? Oh, he's my boyfriend. Nito answered casually. Saki tilted her head as she looked over at me. He said he wanted to check out my dorm room today. Oh, I see. Sup, I'm Sakamoto, not sure how to act. I just gave Saki a small bow and the all-purpose sup. Nice to meet you too. I'm the streamer Misano Saki. Nito is in your care. No, it's actually the other way around. Talk about an awkward conversation. Looks like Saki-san might actually be the same type of person as me. She's not that good at socializing, and definitely an introvert. I kind of imagined that streamers would be very sociable, but this feeling gave me a sense of camaraderie with her. You've got a heap of stuff, huh? Nito asked Saki-san as she peeked into her room. It must be tough to set up all the equipment and stuff. Oh, yeah, that's why my boyfriend and little sister are coming to help me later. Yep, fair enough. It's impossible to do alone, right? It might take a few days until I can start my stream. I hope the internet connection will be alright too. Okay then, why don't we have a chat about the dorms for a bit, Saki-san? Minaze-san said to Saki-san with a smile. I also want to discuss the upcoming schedule. Yes, please. Right. That was the original plan. Minaze-san was going to talk to Saki-san about the dormitory and other things. So, in the meantime, she pulled out another key from her bag and turned to us. Nito-san's room is right next door. If you'd like, the two of you can take a look together. Whoa, so luxurious. We went into the room next door, just as Minaze-san had told us. I was amazed at the interior, which was spick and span and had all the latest trappings. The kitchen, bathroom, and laundry area were sparkling, and it even had a dishwasher and a bathroom dryer. It was clearly way fancier than my place. And it had that new building smell. Well, the building wasn't actually new. So was it just a cleaning smell? The uniqueness of it made me feel a little excited. What's more, the soundproofing is amazing, too. I was genuinely surprised by how good the soundproofing was in the living room right next to the kitchen. The doors and windows aren't like regular ones. They were thick, heavy, and some of them double-glazed. At first glance, they looked like ordinary fixtures, but each one seemed designed to stop sound escaping. Yep. This is definitely not doable at a normal house. An interior like this is just plain impossible. It's awesome. Living alone in a place like this, don't you think? I felt kind of dazed, faced with the reality of it. I've always wanted to move out of my parents' house and live on my own someday. I was imagining how cool it'd be to live in a place like that. But yeah, I suppose Nito will have that kind of life in just under 10 days. Right before summer break, it feels like she's run ahead and left me in the dust. Nito being Nito though, she'll probably make a pigsty of it right off the bat. Just like her other room, there'll be laundry strewn all over the place in no time. But seriously, you can't hear a peep from outside here, Nito said proudly, hands on her hips. Last time I came here, I made a ton of noise just to test it out, and Minaze-san didn't hear a thing from the kitchen. That's awesome. But, why'd you do that in your new place? I said, and couldn't help laughing. I get why'd you have the urge to do it, but why be so noisy? Actually, I heard the others living here are musicians and people who work with sound too. So, if no sound gets out, Nito said with a mischievous grin. She moved closer to me and pressed her body against mine. Then she brought her mouth close to my ear and whispered, "We can do anything, and Minaze-san next door won't hear us." What? Should we do it? Something that makes a bit of noise. Hey, what are you talking about? I quickly leapt back and put a hand to my ear. I could still feel Nito's breath lingering there, and the sweetness of her husky voice. What the heck was that powered just now? Real life ASMR? Also, what do you mean by do it? I fired back, heart pounding out of my chest. What the heck are you planning to do? You're actually gonna make me say it? Nito said with a seductive smile. I mean, we're boyfriend and girlfriend alone together. There's only one thing to do, isn't there? One problem. You're not actually living here yet, so it's not a good idea to do that in a place like this. But Integrate Mag has already rented it, so in reality, there shouldn't be a problem. No. But it's not good, isn't it? I mean, doing it in a place like this, just going with the flow. I thought you'd definitely be up for it, Megari. Nito giggled seductively with a hee. I came here today prepared for that, though. No, that's a lie. We ended up alone in this room by chance, didn't we? Did we? Nito tilted her head with a face that said, I don't know about that, and giggled again. Oh, come on. She's teasing me again. What's so fun about making someone flustered like this? Playing with people by making them feel awkward is such a nice hobby she has. Not. If Igarashi-san or Okuyo-senpai heard this, they'd probably freak out big time. With those thoughts running through my head. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. The whole moving thing. The fact that she'll be leaving Ojikibo soon. Nito, did you tell Igarashi-san? Did you tell her you're moving out? With that one syllable, Nito's smile vanished from her face, and an oops written there instead. The cheerful mood up until that point vanished with it. I haven't explained it yet, she said awkwardly, as if confessing to doing something naughty. Thought so. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. The fact that she hadn't told me seemed like a genuine oversight. And, of course, that meant she probably hadn't told Igarashi-san either. You should talk to her about it properly, I said in a way that sounded like I was giving her advice. You've been best friends since you were kids, haven't you? And your houses are close to each other. You have to tell her about things like this. Honestly, I have a feeling that there's going to be trouble. That Igarashi-san will be very angry. After all, she cherished her closeness with Nito. Having her best friend close by, close enough for her to rush to whenever something happened. That made her extremely happy. But now, just like that, it was going to be ripped away from her. Ripped away without so much as a chance to have it explained to her first or give her opinion on it. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't be satisfied with that either. Of course I'd push back on it, and it'd probably end in a fight. So, you better talk this out with Igarashi-san, I said firmly, looking Nito straight in the eyes. Because it's important. Make sure to tell her yourself tomorrow. Understood. Nito looked like she felt genuinely guilty. She gave me a serious nod. I'll talk to her. On my own. This was the first time I'd seen Nito make a face like that. Like actual regret, or maybe more like solemn. She must know that this wasn't a good situation. And instead of her usual banter, she was meekly looking down at the floor. In hindsight, I might have been a bit too harsh on her. I don't usually tell people off, so I honestly don't know where to draw the line. Did I go too far? When I think about it, in her own way, Nito is just trying to live her life as best she can. She's been looping through her high school over and over again, redoing the fun parts, sure, but also having to redo the painful parts too. And not to mention she's faced with the incredibly high hurdle of becoming a popular musician. Pressuring her like that. Did I maybe overdo it a bit? Nito, it was a bit late, but I figured I'd follow up anyway. But, as I opened my mouth to say, I just want to say, how do I put it? What I want to say is, excuse me. The door suddenly opened before I could finish. Minae-san poked her head into the living room where we were standing. Oh, sorry. She must have noticed the tense mood between us, as she suddenly looked all panicky. I just came to check on you guys. But damn, she caught us at the worst possible time. It's not like we were fighting or anything, but it was an awkward scene. I don't think we should have shown this side of Nito to her. Wait, when did she even come in? I couldn't hear anything because of the soundproofing. What should I do? How can I fix the mood now? While I was panicking to myself, Minae-san peeked her head through the gap in the door. Is it a fight? She hesitantly asked. By the look on her face, she was very interested. Her eyes were shining with joy as she stared at us. Is it a lover's quarrel? That's right. This person, despite appearances, loves romance. She's the type to get excited about things like this. No, nothing like that. I jumped in to explain since Nito seemed down. It's kinda like, there's a lot happening with our friend circle, and we were just talking about that. Oh, friends. Minae-san's eyes lit up even more at that phrase. Could it be someone's trying to steal her away? No, that's not it. Then a love triangle? I said it's not like that. My shouting was beautifully muffled by the room's soundproofing tech, and it melted away without much of an echo. Note to self: be more wary of Minae-san's romance-loving mode in the future. Section. Yo. Hi. The next day, on the way from class to the astronomy club room, I ran into Igarashi-san in the hallway. Without a word, we started walking side by side in that direction. Nito was tied up with class committee work and had to stay behind for a bit. She'd swing by the club room a little later. So, how's it going with Mitsuya-san? I'm still worried, Igarashi-san said with a sigh. I wanna make a decision soon, you know. But he said he'll wait as long as it takes, so I'm kinda taking advantage of that. Well, if he says that, I don't think there's any need to rush. Come to think of it, this was the first time we'd had a proper conversation since the double date. After this, Nito was going to talk about that matter, so I was a bit on edge. You said you were worried. What about? I took it one step further and decided to pry a bit. Is there something bothering you? Nope, it's not like that. Igarashi-san shook her head gently. It's kinda the opposite. There's really nothing to complain about when it comes to his qualities and all that. He's handsome, kind, and seems to really like me. Yeah, that's true. You're probably right about that. She's dead right. It's true that Mitsuya-san has high specs, and is also very relatable. He's perfect boyfriend material. That's for sure. But, Igarashi-san still seemed unable to make up her mind. Yeah, you know, it's like, in other words, she wasn't feeling it. Even if his qualities were good, something just didn't click right now. At the very least, she's not in love. I'm pretty sure that's the long and short of it. Well, I can see why she'd be worried. It's definitely possible to go out with someone with that kind of feeling. If you don't have a bad impression of them, you can try dating and wait for your feelings to grow. As someone rooting for Mitsuya-san, I'd like to suggest that, but Igarashi-san just doesn't seem that type to me. She's pretty picky and seems to go straight for what she likes. I think she'd be better off dating someone she's actually in love with. Not that I have much dating experience either, so I can't say for sure. Despite that, I think I'll end up dating him, though, Igarashi-san said while climbing the stairs near the club room. Well, like I'm still kinda hung up on a few things, but eventually I think I'll make a decision and start dating him. What? Seriously? Yep, it's better that way. I didn't see that coming. It was completely unexpected that Igarashi-san would think that way. A decision? Is it okay to date someone for a reason like that? And, it's better that way? The way she worded that bothered me. Was she the type to snag a boyfriend for that kind of reason? What? Igarashi-san threw a look back at me, clearly a little annoyed by my silence. Sakamoto, you don't really agree with it, do you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Shit, I accidentally let my feelings show on my face. I hurriedly shook my head. I was just surprised. I never thought you'd date someone for that reason, Igarashi-san. Really? Yeah, I mean, I thought you were more particular, or idealistic. Ahaha, idealistic, huh? Igarashi-san burst out laughing. She looked genuinely happy. The kind of real joy she hadn't shown me for a while. Maybe you're right. I might not be the type to play games or scheme things. That's right. If she was the scheming type, she wouldn't have been so obsessed with Nito in the first place. So why this time? Igarashi-san mulled it over as we climbed the stairs. We were almost at the club room, just around the corner. I can't stay like this either, she said, loneliness creeping onto her face. Like, if I stay as I am, with nothing happening and not being able to get absorbed in anything, I'll just be left behind. Left behind by what? You. With a thoughtful expression, Igarashi-san stood in front of the club room. And as she put her hand on the door, she smiled faintly before answering me. The flow of time? Section. I have something important to discuss. Nito's voice was unusually tense. I'd like to talk to Mon and Rokuyo-senpai about it. All the club members had been together in the club room for a little while. It was right when we were just getting stuck into video production and thinking about what activities we'd do next, that the mood shifted because of that. "Oh, what's up? What's going on? You're being all formal." It was unusual, so both Rokuyo-senpai and Igarashi-san looked up. "Well, actually I have something to report." After setting the stage, Nito's face tensed up a bit. She sounded fearful as she broached the subject with them. I'm gonna be moving to the city, to the agency's dormitory." "Yo, for real?" The first to speak up was Rokuyo-senpai. "If you're moving to the city, that means you're leaving Sujinami, yeah? You transferring schools?" "No, I'm still going to stay at Amanuma High School." I see. "That's good then." Rokuyo-senpai let out a sigh of relief, looking relieved. If we lost another member, the astronomy club would be heaps lonely. When Igarashi-san was next to continue the questions. "Are you getting ready during summer break and moving before the second semester begins?" "Oh, right, that's what most people would think. It was early July. If you were going to move soon, that'd be the obvious time to do so." "More than that, though." Her calm voice didn't quite match the situation. Compared to Rokuyo-senpai, she didn't seem surprised or indignant. Again, I felt a sense of uneasiness. No, it's actually pretty soon." Nito became even more awkward. She raised the biggest sticking point of the day, the one most likely to cause an argument. "It's like 2 weeks from now." Isn't that too soon?" Rokuyo-senpai was the first to speak up again. "In 2 weeks? Just after the final exams are over?" "Yeah, around that time. It was decided that quick." Well, that's." Nito hesitated a lot before continuing. "Actually, it's been decided for quite a while now. I just forgot to mention it." Seriously?" Rokuyo-senpai leaned back in his chair, resting his weight on the backrest. "Well, Nito, you have been kinda swamped lately, haven't you?" It made sense that Rokuyo-senpai would be like this. He wasn't particularly attached to Nito, and at the moment, they were just senior and junior in the same club. Even if they were further away from each other, their relationship wouldn't change, and there was no reason for him to be indignant about not being told about the move. That aside, I glanced at Igarashi-san. Igarashi-san, who was Nito's best friend. Igarashi-san, who cherished being by Nito's side. How would she feel, being treated so carelessly? I wonder if she's hurt or angry. I wonder if this is where the big fight happens. I'd been bracing myself for her to be at least a little upset or sad. "Oh, really?" It was flat. Igarashi-san's reaction was much flatter than I had expected. "How's everything? Have you finished cleaning your room?" No, I haven't at all," Nito said, her shoulders drooping. She looked like she was about to cry, but I could also see that she was relieved that Igarashi-san wasn't too angry. "It's a total mess, really bad. I really need to do something about it soon." "Why don't you ask Sakamoto to help you then?" "Oh, that's a good idea." "I'ma do that." "Hey, you guys, don't just assume I'm on board with this and drag me into it." Even while I was firing back without thinking, I couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling. Something was off with Igarashi-san. I just couldn't believe that this reaction was her true feelings. "Please, I don't have anyone else to rely on." "Even if you say that, it's not cool to ask a guy to do something like that. After all, it's a girl's room, and a girl who's pretty famous, too." "What's this? Does that mean you think you'd have to clean up underwear and stuff, Meguri?" "That's not what I meant." I glanced at Igarashi-san as I said that. A faint smile was on her lips as she watched the back and forth between Nito and I. Does she really not have any thoughts about it? About Nito, who she'd always been attached to and had been like a sister to her growing up, leaving her, and who hadn't even told her about it. I just couldn't believe it. That night, I found myself at the park near Igarashi-san and Nito's houses, where the two of them had shared so many memories. "This is the first time, right? You calling me out like this?" "I mean," Igarashi-san, who had changed into her casual clothes and was sitting on a bench, said that with a light smile as soon as I got there. "Yeah, sorry for calling you out so late." "Nah, it's fine. My house is just a few seconds walk away. Anyways, and I kinda knew what you wanted to talk about. Yeah. I let out a sigh as I sat down next to her. What I wanted to talk about was, of course, what happened today. I wanted to know Igarashi-san's true feelings. I wanted to know what she really thought about what Nito had said. But, besides, it was perfect timing, Igarashi-san continued. I wanted to report something too. Report something? I decided to start dating. Just like that. She casually dropped the bomb. I decided to start dating Mitsuya-san. Really? Yep. I wasn't really sure about it, but he's really enthusiastic. As usual, her voice remained unnaturally light. There was something clearly fake about the way she was talking. Like, he tells me he loves me every day, and he promises to make me happy. I think he really means it. That's probably true. So, I thought I'd give dating a try. Futsal's super fun, so I thought I'd give it a serious try too. Yep, it's all thanks to you, Sakamoto, she said with a laugh. She pasted a smile on the surface of her face. I found it, something I want to cherish. Something I can be passionate about. So, thank you. Is that so? It's true that, on the surface at least, it might be just as Igarashi-san says. She wanted to find something she could be passionate about in order to stop being dependent on Nito. She tried out a bunch of things and found not only what she wanted to do, but a boyfriend too. You could definitely call that a happy ending. Igarashi-san was able to get what she wanted. It was supposed to be a good thing, something she should be happy about, and I was supposed to be proud of it as well. So, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Yet, I couldn't clearly put that discomfort into words. But, are you really okay with this? And my question naturally ended up sounding vague. Are you really satisfied with this? Is this really the new relationship with Nito you were hoping for? Yeah, a new relationship. I don't think the current one they have is good at all. Nito should have been more considerate of Igarashi-san. And shouldn't Igarashi-san also demand more serious attention from Nito? In the end, their relationship was just sort of fizzling out, like they were slowly drifting away from each other. That isn't a happy ending or anything special, is it? Igarashi-san's voice remained consistently calm. When I heard about the moving out thing and that Chiko is leaving Ojikibo, I thought, their time has come. The time? Yeah, the time when I have to change. I have to change. Is that how Igarashi-san saw it? She saw the fact that Nito didn't tell her as something that couldn't be helped, rather than being outraged or pushing back on it. That's why she thought she should be the one to change. Everyone is moving forward, Igarashi-san murmured with a faint smile. I've got to do the same. Find my dream and really go after it. Is that really the case? Does Igarashi-san really have to change like this? I didn't know. I wondered if this was really the best outcome. I obviously knew that it's not always possible to make the best possible choice. Sometimes compromises have to be made or you need to straight give up. But is it truly the time for that now? Did you tell Mitsuya-san already? Yep. I called him earlier. Igarashi-san nodded and smiled apologetically for some reason. He was so happy, it surprised me. I bet. I remembered how desperate Mitsuya-san was on the day of the date. Of course he'd be happy to have the girl he was going after so seriously say yes to him. He was so excited even over the phone. And he even cried a bit towards the end. Ahaha. That's just like him. When someone is that happy, I can't help but feel happy too, So yeah, I guess it's a good thing. Suppose so. So Igarashi-san turned to face me. Thanks again. Yeah. I might come to you for advice on things with Mitsuya-san in the future. I'll be counting on you. Okay. I meant to give her a firm nod, hoping to show my support for their relationship with that gesture. But for some reason, my voice just came out small and raspy. I'm not sure if it reached Igarashi-san or not. Chapter 5. Separation. Are you sure you're all set? Did you forget anything? Yes, all good. Do you have the key to your room over there? Do you have the sweets to give to the neighbors? I told you, I'm fine. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. After spending our time studying for final exams, working on videos, and stargazing, it was already late July, the day of Nito's move, and a few days before the live stream. I'm so worried. I was at the Junior Ojikibo station to see her off, and felt extremely restless. I feel like you might have forgotten something. It's making me anxious. Why are you so flustered, Meguri? Nito smiled, looking a bit confused but apparently enjoying antics. It's not like you're the one moving. She had a point. Nito was the one moving today, not me. So there was no need for me to be so flustered, but still, I just can't calm down. I replied with a sense of uneasiness. I feel like something might go wrong. Lately, I've realized that Nito's abilities vary a lot depending on what she's good at and what she's not. Like, for example, playing the model student at school. More specifically, getting good grades and keeping her words and actions in check. She's also very good at music, and there's no denying that her specs are insanely high in that regard. But she was pretty bad at basic life skills, like cleaning, cooking, and laundry. Even in prepping for her move today, she seemed to miss quite a few things, and her family ended up having to step in and help her out. And also when she's all caught up thinking about the loop. When the pressure of the redo hits her, she can make impulsive decisions when backed into a corner. Her mind gets so absorbed in trying to do various things right that other stuff just falls to the wayside. And now she's moving. It's hard to believe that there wouldn't be any mishaps, and if there were, I can't help but feel that it could lead to big trouble. The live performance is coming up soon, too. If something goes wrong here, it'll be really bad. Well, if something happens, we'll just cover for her, Rokuyo-senpai said with a relaxed smile. He'd come to see her off too. If she forgets something, we'll bring it, and if something is missing, we'll buy it. Let's just be chill and see her off. I suppose. I mean, yeah, even if there is a mistake, it's not like it can't be fixed. Maybe now is the time to just put on a smile and see her off. But I just can't shake this anxious feeling, and I'm endlessly restless. Nito's family were also here today, her parents and her older sister, who didn't look much like Nito. As she'd said herself, they really did seem like a very normal family, and I had just greeted them a little while ago. Hello, I'm Sakamoto, Chika-san's friend. Oh, so you're Sakamoto-kun. We've heard a lot about you from Chika. Ah, you're the boyfriend she mentioned. Thank you for taking care of Chika. I was a bit intimidated by them at first, so I felt really relieved by how courteous they were. Given it was Nito's family we were talking about, I figured they might have been a bit eccentric, but as they bowed their heads and talked to me, they just came across as very normal and well-mannered people, and I wondered how Nito of all people was born into a family like that. But, Rokuyo-senpai muttered while looking at his smartphone, Moan is late. She is. Yeah, he was right. Today, all the members of the astronomy club were supposed to come to see Nito off. It's not like we were saying goodbye or anything, but it was an important turning point in Nito's life. We wanted to be there to see it together, but Igarashi-san wasn't here. We're past the meeting time. She's usually pretty good with being on time. Out of all us lazy members, Igarashi-san was the punctual one. Whenever she and I went out to try different activities, she never once showed up late for our meetups, and it seemed like she always turned in her school assignments on time. But she wasn't here. And on the day of Nito's big move, no less, I'll give her a buzz, I said, taking out my smartphone and opening Line. I'm a little worried. I'd realized that there were only a few days left until Nito's live performance, and that meant only a few days left until the huge fight between Nito and Igarashi-san too. With that in mind, I'd like to be a little cautious here. If there's going to be trouble between them, I want to know beforehand. I fired off a message to Igarashi-san asking, "Where are you now?" And after a short wait, "Read" popped up next to the message. Moan sorry. That short reply came back, followed quickly by another. Moan I'm running a bit late. Meguri stamp of a popular VTuber asking are you okay? Moan I'm fine, but Mama is feeling kinda sick. Mama, Moan's mother I had met the other day. She looked young for her age and seemed to get on really well with Igarashi-san. I remember her saying her mama would be coming today. But she's not feeling well? Meguri should I come pick you up? Moan I think we'll be okay. We can walk if we take breaks. I think we'll be there in a few minutes. Fair enough. All right then. I guess I'll just chill and wait for now. No need to kick up a fuss. I put my smartphone in my pocket and turned to report the exchange to Nito. But wow, really? She was also staring at her smartphone. Going by how she just raised her voice, it looks like she was reading someone's message. Phew. What should I do? What happened? I asked the agitated Nito. Did Igarashi-san message you too? No. It's not that. I got a message from Saki-chan. Oh. That right? I thought for sure that Nito was also worried about Mon's mama because she received the same kind of message as me. What did Saki-san say? Apparently, the internet connection in the apartment has been acting up recently. Nito's expression started to darken as she continued. Saki-chan's stream last night didn't go well. She said they might call a technician to check the line and my room might be the same. Oh, really? Yeah. It might be really bad. That's definitely a real headache. Nito was moving to get better soundproofing and a better internet connection, and her first live stream was just a few days away. If the connection didn't work properly, it was all for nothing. I recalled what Nito said on the day of our double date. If I fail here, it'll be really bad. Integrate Mag will go bankrupt. That internet connection was the lifeline of Nito's stream. I don't know whether Saki-san's problem will also happen in Nito's room, but she must be worried. Sure enough, her face was growing darker and darker. I'm gonna go check it out right now. She looked up from her smartphone and around at everyone gathered. If I can't connect, it'll be really bad. So I need to go check. She was clearly in panic mode. The news of net problems at a time like this had spooked her. Her face was all flustered, and it looked like she was losing her cool. She slung her luggage over her shoulder and turned towards Ojikibo Station. Hey, hold on a second. My voice reflexively squeaked out. Even if you go now, you can't do anything about it right away. Can you? So, can't you wait just a little longer? But it's better if I deal with it as soon as possible. Igarashi-san will be here soon. I pleaded with her. She's just running a little late because her mom's feeling sick. She said she'll be here soon, so please, can you just wait a bit longer? Yeah, today is supposed to be an important day. The day the gap between two friends who used to be practically joined at the hip would start to grow wider. The day when their relationship changes dramatically. That's why Igarashi-san is pushing herself to come here. Walking slowly with her sick mother. I at least want her to see Nito's face. I at least want Nito to say hello. And I'm sure that doing so will help prevent the fight between the two of them. Sorry I'm late. Just then, I heard her voice. 1 second I was thinking about her. The next I heard Igarashi-san. Mama got a little dizzy, so, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Looking in that direction, I saw the Igarashis. There was sweat beading on Igarashi-san's forehead and her bangs were wet from physically supporting her mother, who was standing there as if still being held up by her daughter. Oh, long time no see. Are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry. I guess the stress from work caught up with me. Nito's parents immediately rushed over and started talking to Mon's mother. No surprise, the two families were obviously very close. They were chatting away like old friends, and Nito's parents seemed to be fussing over their friends. While that was happening, Chika, I'm really sorry for being late. Igarashi-san walked over to Nito with an apologetic smile. But I really wanted to see you off today, you know, huh? She suddenly noticed something. Wait a second, were you just about to leave? Honestly, it's no big surprise that she would have noticed. The heavy bag on Nito's shoulder, and the steps she had already taken towards the station made it kind of obvious. Yeah, sorry. There was a bit of a problem, Nito said to Igarashi-san, sounding a bit hesitant. I thought I might need to go right away, but even Nito, as you'd expect, probably felt a bit weird saying that straight to her face. She was mumbling, which isn't like her, and she wouldn't look at Igarashi-san. But I heard you would be here soon, so I thought I should wait after talking to Megari. So, yeah, it's all good. Igarashi-san's face seemed to tighten up for a second when Nito had finished speaking. It was gone in an instant, though, and a smile floated onto her face. After a quick pause, as if she was swallowing something, she said, I mean, you could have gone if you really wanted to. She plastered on a bright smile and kept her tone light. Or did you have to wait because of us? Oh oopsie, sorry. No. It's okay. I wasn't in a big rush or anything. But hey, it's not like we won't be able to meet up again cause of this, right? Uneasiness swirled in my gut. There was a disconnect between what Igarashi-san was saying and her expression. Wasn't she forcing herself too much? Wasn't she desperately trying to hide how she actually felt? Igarashi-san. I said her name before I could stop myself. Is that really okay? Igarashi-san and Nito turned to face me. I could sense a subtle tension on both of their faces, but I couldn't stop myself. Is it really okay to act like that with Nito? What do you mean? Her voice remained calm. What do you mean by like that? What are you trying to say, Sakamoto? Nito is your best friend, isn't she? The most important person to you, right? Yeah, that's right. I know you said you wanted to find a new type of relationship. My words spilled out of me like a dam bursting. I probably should have stopped myself, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. You said you wanted to find a better relationship, but is this what you meant? I mean, you definitely wanted to see Nito off today, right? You wanted to make sure Nito left Ojikibo properly? Right. That's what made sense. Her best friend was leaving the town they grew up in together. She'd obviously want to be there for that. That's why Igarashi-san dragged her sick mother all the way here. I would definitely want to do the same if I were in the same boat. So why are you acting like it's no big deal? I've been feeling uneasy ever since the day of the double date, when Mitsuya-san confessed his feelings to her. Aren't you forcing yourself, Igarashi-san? I'm totally sure about that. Aren't you forcing yourself to suppress your feelings? That's the only way I could see it. She was desperately suppressing her desire to be close to Nito, pretending not to see her own emotions, and pretending like everything was fine. Is that really what a new relationship should look like? Is that what will lead to a happy future for Nito and Igarashi-san? But when Igarashi-san answered, she sounded kind of lonely. What other way is there? I thought she might snap at me. I was prepared for a fight and ready to talk it out. But, hearing her voice, I realized I might not have understood her well enough. Or at all. I'm sure. This is what it means. What is? I think this is what it means for time to pass, you know. Time. So it's okay. It can't be helped. When I looked at her, Igarashi-san was smiling. Her eyes were half closed, and she looked resigned, as if she'd given up on something. I'll accept it. Is that really how it goes? As we get older, turn into adults, and start to walk our own paths, are we just supposed to accept the gaps that open up between us, both physically and emotionally? Is that what our new relationship is supposed to be like? I just couldn't understand it, nor could I agree or disagree. For the life of me, I couldn't find the right words to say to them. Section. Ugh, you look so gloomy. I was back in the present timeline to see how things were going in the astronomy club room after graduation. An annoyed-looking Makoto made that comment the second she saw my face. Is my face really that gloomy? Yup, totally. It's like you're the personification of the word melancholy. That bad? Huh. Not gonna lie, it was kind of a shock. Being cheerful and playful used to be my only redeeming qualities. Even in tough situations, I used to be unfazed and avoided getting too serious. That was my main selling point. It must be annoying for Makoto that her senpai who came back from the past had suddenly become so gloomy. She might tell me off, or even push me away, saying something like, "If that's how you're gonna be, I'm leaving." But as that train of thought was leaving the station, "Seriously, that expression doesn't suit you," Makoto said nonchalantly. "Please smile. That suits you better, senpai." Makoto, what the heck is going on with her? Saying such incredibly kind words. This is the first time that she's been so serious in comforting me, isn't it? I'm so moved that I feel like I might cry. That's right. I've been acting as if I've been working hard all by myself, but this girl is right here with me. Makoto, who has seen everything, is with me. So, from here on out, I'll cherish her, just like Igarashi-san has Nito. Makoto may have been my best friend all along, but you know, a gloomy face like that. Makoto continued with a dry expression. It's only good when a delicate, beautiful boy does it. Come again? It's only good when a slim, beautiful black-haired boy who likes books does it, but when a dull, ordinary-looking senpai like you does it, it's just painful. Hey, who are you calling dull? I do have a sensitive side too, you know. I cry a lot when I watch anime, but still, I reckon it's better when you smile. It suits you, being a bit of an idiot. Come on, I know my grades were definitely bad, but still. But I tried really hard the second time, so please give me some credit for that. Before I knew it, I was back to my usual energetic self. I looked around after letting out a sigh. How many times has it been now, visiting the club room in the present timeline? There haven't been any major changes since the last time I came, but, anyway, how's everything? I hesitantly asked Makoto. I've tried a bunch of things since the last time I was here, but has anything changed? It's true I've tried out different things since the last time I came back to the future. I'd worked hard to find a hobby for Igarashi-san, and met Mitsuya-san. He ended up confessing his feelings to Igarashi-san, and whether it's a good thing or not, there should have been a big change. There were other things I tried to influence as well, like Nito explaining the moving situation or Igarashi-san meeting Nito on the day she was moving. Though there's no sign of the problem being solved, there should have been some significant changes from that too. Lots has changed, Makoto replied casually with her the same distant attitude, but there isn't a huge difference. Honestly, this change in Makoto is also a concern. As I continue to change the future, I feel the distance between Makoto and I growing little by little. Oh, how did it change exactly? Firstly, Naito-senpai and Igarashi-senpai didn't have a huge fight on the day of the live stream. Oh, really? Yup. Hearing that did lift my spirits a bit. Hold on. Isn't that a pretty big win? That means we're getting closer to solving the problem, doesn't it? But it's a fade out. After the live stream, Igarashi-senpai and Naito-senpai's relationship kind of just fades away. The end result where she disappears is the same as before. I see. In other words, it's just that they didn't fight so openly. No dramatic fight. They just distanced themselves and that was it. So, the problem still hasn't been solved at all. But I kind of feel like it makes sense, too, that Igarashi-san is suppressing herself. She's trying to kill off her own feelings, as if there's something that shouldn't exist. Maybe that's why the fight never happened. She didn't let her feelings explode out of her, and just left Naito's side instead. Only the surface has changed. The problem is definitely still there. I sighed again and put my thinking cap on. What should I do? There were only a few days left until the live stream in the other timeline. What should I do to fix this by then? How can I mediate between the two of them? Oh, right. I had an idea, and turned to Makoto. Can I get your take on what's worrying me right now? Mine? Yeah, Makoto had helped me a bunch of times before. Whenever I needed advice, she'd come up with killer ideas. Maybe Makoto would have some way of turning things around this time, too? She is a girl as well, after all, and should know much more about girl-to-girl relationships than me. I can try, Makoto said hesitantly. But the Makoto sitting there on the chair in front of me looked surprisingly unenthusiastic. I don't know everyone that well, so I don't know if I can give good advice though. She didn't know much. Figured as much. Makoto might not have come to the club room much in this timeline. I'm guessing she didn't hang out much with the other club members besides me. But now wasn't the time to go into that. So first, let's talk about the relationship between Igarashi-san and Nito. For now, I gave her a brief rundown of everything that had happened so far about the relationship between the two of them, and Igarashi-san trying to find her dream, and how Igarashi-san had become strangely self-restrained after all that. All right, got it. Makoto took a deep breath when I'd finished speaking. I get the situation, but she crossed her arms and lost herself in thought before quickly giving up and turning towards me. Sorry, actually, I don't think I can come up with a quick fix for it. Gotcha. Fair enough, I guess. She's not some armchair detective, so it's too much to expect her to come up with a solution just by listening to the story. I need to be careful. I might have relied on Makoto a bit too much in the past. Sorry, that was a bit too much to ask for. I mean, obviously you wouldn't know. Yup, I apologize, but... Makoto looked down. There's something that's kinda bugging me. What is it? It's the fact that Higurashi-senpai tried to find her dream, she said, exhaling softly and resting her cheek on her hand. It seems like Higurashi-senpai is pretty convinced she's got to find one, and it looks to me like you're not really questioning it either, senpai. Makoto stared out the window, gazing at the view of Ojikubo on that spring afternoon. Is that really necessary? She mused, as if talking to herself. I like living an easy life, you know, watching my favorite VTubers, playing games, and living like I did before everything was rewritten. Her words struck a chord in me. A life without a passion for anything, just like the 3 years Makoto and I had spent together. Is that really so bad? She said quietly, not looking at me. Is a passionate and beautiful life the only kind of youth worth living? After that, I went back to the past and continued to interact with the two of them, scratching my head about what to do. But I wasn't getting anywhere. Then, on the Friday of the live stream, something unexpected happened. I heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. Someone was running towards the club room where me, Igarashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai were chilling. Nito wasn't joining in the club activities today as her live stream was scheduled to start at 8 p.m. Wondering what was going on, we exchanged puzzled glances. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Without so much as a knock, the door was thrown open. There you are, Igarashi-san. Chiyoda-sensei was standing there, panting. What is it? Igarashi-san, who had been doing work on her laptop, stood up from her chair, looking confused. Do you need something from me? Your mother. Chiyoda-sensei swallowed hard, seeing Igarashi-san's anxious face. I received a call that your mother collapsed at work. Chapter 6, Is it you? Moan's mother, Anri Igarashi-san, was taken to a downtown hospital next to the terminal station. I think it's gonna be okay, though, Igarashi-san said as we hopped on the train, her body swaying as it picked up speed. This has happened a few times before, and she always recovered after a while. I don't think it's a big deal. But, despite what she said, cold sweat was visible on her forehead, and her face was paler than usual. It was then that I realized that Igarashi-san was the type to push herself too hard. I should have caught on to it sooner. Even if it didn't look like it on the surface, Igarashi-san had always been forcing herself to do too much. I'll head to the hospital right away, Igarashi-san said when she heard Chiyoda-sensei's message, the blood draining from her face. Which hospital is it? The public health hospital or the one near her work? I could tell she was trying to stay calm. I could also see that she was desperately trying not to panic. It's the hospital in Okubo. The one near the station. I'll look it up. If it's there, it might be faster to take the train, but her movements were very shaky as she gathered up her stuff, and her steps were out of sync. I'll come with you, I said without a second thought, standing up from my chair. I'm worried about letting you go alone, so I'll go with you. Okay, thanks. Chiyoda-sensei gave me a serious nod. Just be careful not to get into an accident yourselves. Contact me immediately if anything happens. I just looked up the route for you and sent it to both of your lines, Rokuyo-senpai said, looking up from his smartphone. I reckon taking the train that arrives the fastest and using the map from the station to the hospital is the best way to go. Thank you so much. Igarashi-san bowed her head, looking at each person's face in turn. That helps a lot. Okay then, we're off. The scenery along the Ko line slowly flowed by outside the train window. Looking far to the southeast, I could start to see the cluster of skyscrapers in Shinjuku's secondary city center beyond the shorter buildings. They were lit by slanted rays of sunlight, reflecting back a soft yellow light. It made them look like monuments commemorating something or other. You know, my parents divorced when I was little, Igarashi-san suddenly said. I've always lived with Mama since. Oh, so that's how it was for you. It was my first time hearing her talk about this. We never talked about each other's families, and I didn't know anything about Igarashi-san's family makeup. But now that she brought it up, I realized she'd never talked about her father before. That's why our house is really small, and we don't have separate rooms or anything. We're always in each other's faces 24/7. Ah, I see. It's tough in the morning, like fighting over the bathroom and stuff. Ahaha. Yeah, that happens. Somehow, it all made sense. I'd caught a few glimpses of Igarashi-san valuing her family in the past. Her helping with her mother's bags, hearing her doing the dishes over the phone, and the care and attention to detail she put into her cooking. I guess those things were probably down to her own personality, but I'd bet that her family situation had something to do with it too. But, you know, it's not like it was hard or anything, Igarashi-san said, sounding a bit flat. Mama really took good care of me. I never felt like I wasn't getting enough parental love. Actually, it's more like I was loved too much, I guess. It was embarrassing how much she cared for me, and every day was fun. I can see that. I couldn't see any shadow of unhappiness on Igarashi-san's face when she was with her mother. They seemed to have a contented parent-child relationship. Actually, I kind of thought they might be getting along even better than the always arguing Sakamoto family. But, you know. Igarashi-san took a deep breath and continued. I guess I was pushing her too hard after all. Pushing her? Mama is really good at her job, and she's been promoted a lot at her company. Ah, she definitely seems like someone who could handle their job pretty well. My impression of her was one of not only being glamorous and beautiful, but also being pretty on top of her game. I felt like she might hold a high-ranking position in a big company or something. Right? Igarashi-san laughed proudly. She doesn't have much stamina, though, so sometimes she reaches her limit and her body breaks down. Still, she keeps working hard for me. 'Cause, you know, I wanna go to vocational school. Yeah. Igarashi-san would indeed go on to study at a design vocational school 3 years in the future. Going there would probably cost more than attending a public university or getting a job right away. So I've been saying I wanna get a part-time job, but she's been trying her hardest to stop me. Huh. Why? She wants me to experience things that I can only do when I'm young. Apparently, she had a lot of freedom when she was in high school, so she wants her daughter to have the same experience. Ah, gotcha. I nodded and took a deep breath. And she's a great mom, huh? I gave her my genuine thoughts. I just blurted out what came to mind after hearing her story. Your mama is such an amazing person. I know, right? Igarashi-san nodded in agreement, forcing a pained smile. She really is a good mother. So she must have wanted to say something after that, but before she could, the train arrived at our destination. We quickly got off and headed for the ticket gate section. As soon as we got to the hospital, a doctor quickly took Igarashi-san into the examination room. Apparently they'd been waiting to fill her in on her mother's condition. So, in the meantime, I decided to twiddle my thumbs in the lobby. I tried to kill time by looking at my smartphone and browsing through the magazines that were placed there, but I couldn't calm down. I was trying to keep it together, but I just couldn't keep my cool. To make matters worse, Igarashi-san still hadn't returned even after I'd waited like 20 or 30 minutes. My anxiety only grew with each second that ticked away. Could her condition be pretty serious? Could her life be in danger? I couldn't stand it any longer, so I got up from my chair to go check on her. As I did, "Thank you very much." Igarashi-san came out of the examination room. She bowed her head in thanks to the doctor, spotted me, and walked over. Phew. She took a deep breath and sat down on the bench. "How'd it go?" I asked her nervously. "Is your mom going to be okay?" "We talked about a bunch of stuff." "Yeah? And, long story short." "Yes, go on." I swallowed nervously, my hands clenched tightly as I stared intently into Igarashi's eyes. "Looks like she's gonna be okay," Igarashi-san said along with a huge sigh of relief. "They said her immune system has been weakened 'cause she's run down, and a bunch of things happened all at once due to that. It doesn't seem to be anything major, though." "Ah, I see." I let my body slump against the bench's backrest too. "I'm so relieved." "Sorry for worrying you." No, it's all good. Don't worry about me. Well, they did say her current condition isn't exactly good, though. So she's gonna stay in the hospital for a while, and there's a bunch of procedures and preparations to be made. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, so that's why it took so long, because all the procedures were explained to Igarashi-san. For ordinary high schoolers like us, that kind of talk can be pretty intense. But I also know Igarashi-san is the type to try to handle everything on her own. You do know you can rely on others for that kind of thing, don't you? I tried saying that as a way of testing the waters a little bit. It's okay to rely on me, Rokuyo-senpai, or even Nito's family. Don't think about it, just ask if you need help. To be frank, we're still just kids. We lack all kinds of abilities compared to adults, and we're supposed to be protected by society. That's why I think it's best to just ask someone for help in situations like this. I wanted Igarashi-san to do that too. Yep, got it. I'll rely on you. All right. I think Mama probably couldn't do that, which is why she ended up like this. Yeah. We nodded to each other in agreement and fell silent. I could hear the hum of medical equipment somewhere, and the receptionist was calling the next patient. Not too long ago, being with Igarashi-san felt awkward, but now, even in silence, I felt the comfort of being with a friend. Hey, Sakamoto. Igarashi's voice trembled as she said my name. I've finally figured it out. I looked at Igarashi-san. I saw a single tear fall from the gap between her perfectly made-up lashes. She hurriedly wiped it away with her finger, but the tears kept flowing, slowly ruining her mascara and eyeliner. I realized no, maybe not. Maybe I actually knew it all along. Maybe I knew it, but pretended not to see. Her words poured out together with her tears. Then, she looked at me, wiping away her tears once again. I already had something important to me, she said, smiling faintly. It wasn't something I had to be desperate for, or something I could be absorbed with. It was something I truly couldn't live without. I already had it. Something to be desperate for. Something to be absorbed with. That's what we'd been searching for recently, Igarashi-san and I. And it feels like I was unknowingly backing her into a corner in the process. You know, I actually don't want to change. She said it straight out. I just want to live happily with Mima, enjoying every day as it comes. And cherish the life I have now. I get you. I feel like everything just fell into place. Those words, how should I put it? They suited Igarashi-san perfectly. For Igarashi-san, who'd been pushing herself too hard lately, the words she'd just spoken were truly meaningful. Chika becoming popular with her music, you becoming an astronomer, and Rokuyo-senpai running a company. I don't have to be like that. I can't do it, and I don't even want to try. I just want to love my life as it is. Yeah. Hey, do you know? Igarashi-san looked into my eyes and smiled with her makeup in disarray. How just making a delicious breakfast can make me feel so excited. How it feels so good to see the dishes neatly lined up in the dish trainer. How proud I feel when I can prepare dinner for Mama when she comes home exhausted at night. It was something I should have known. I really do know happiness like that. The awkward feeling of borrowing Mama's clothes to go out, or the sunset sky I look up at on the way home, or the joy of bumping into Mama on that road. That's what's real for me. And Igarashi-san knew that better than anyone. She had cherished that happiness. It had been enough for her, and maybe she didn't really need anything else. I remembered what Makoto said. Is a passionate and beautiful life the only kind of youth worth living? That couldn't be the case. There is a right answer for each person, and pursuing that is probably the best thing to do. Igarashi-san should have been fine just the way she was from the beginning. Just realizing that fact was enough. That's why I want to cherish those things from now on. I want to savor them as I go through each day. That's the greatest happiness for me. I understand. I nodded and took a deep breath. I'm sorry for everything. While looking back on the past, I felt the urge to apologize to her. Maybe I was the one who hurt you the most, Igarashi-san. I kept pushing you to do things you didn't really want to do. No, that's not it. Igarashi-san's eyes went wide in surprise, and she shook her head. It's not like that. I was the one who made the mistake. You just went along with me. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry. And besides, She smiled again. You told me, right? To make sure I wasn't pushing myself too hard or suppressing my feelings. Yeah, I did. At first, I was kinda annoyed by that. I was so mad, wondering what I was supposed to do with you saying that. Huh, so you really were mad after all. I'd figured as much, but still. Igarashi-san had clearly been hiding her anger at the time, but being told face to face like this was pretty surprising. So it was you, Sakamoto, who noticed it first. Who told me I was wrong. Igarashi-san took a quick breath. It seemed she was finally back to her usual self. I think it'd be nice if I can continue getting along with Chika like this from now on. Yeah, I'm not sure what will happen, and things might not work out after all, but I guess we'll see when the time comes. I'm okay with that. I understand. So, my search for a dream ends here. She looked straight at me as she said that, and with the most honest smile she had ever shown me, she said, "Thanks, it was fun hanging out together and trying a bunch of challenges." "Yeah, I had fun too. Let's hang out again in the future, if you want, Sakamoto." Seeing her relaxed smile and hearing the way she spoke, I thought, she's found her answer. The new relationship between Igarashi-san and Nito that I'd been searching for all his time had been found by Igarashi-san. This was her answer. But I still don't think it over. It's not just Igarashi-san who needs to find that answer. There's one more person who needs to find it too. In the future I'd come from, Igarashi-san and Nito had a huge fight today, or alternatively, Igarashi-san will decide to just let the relationship fade away on her end. There must be a problem on Nito's end as well, and her attitude towards Igarashi-san. I guess I need to take a fresh look at it. All right, it's now or never. I stood up from the bench and checked my smartphone just shy of 7 p.m. If I go now, I can still make it. I'll head off for a bit. Yep. It seemed like she got the gist just from those few words. Igarashi-san looked at me and nodded. Take care, Sakamoto. You sure you'll be okay staying here alone? Yep, I'll give you a buzz if anything comes up. Got it. See you later. All right. Take care. Igarashi-san waved at me as I started walking away. Her gesture was strangely reassuring. I felt like she was the one pushing me forward, and I couldn't help but smile. Wait, which room was it again? I'd arrived at Nito's place, the apartment building she'd just moved into, and where she was just about to start her live stream. But, standing at the entrance, I was already at a loss. Damn, I thought I'd be able to figure it out when I got here, but I forgot about the auto lock. I was faced with a numeric keypad where you enter a room number. Originally, I was going to punch in Nito's room number and make some cool entrance, saying something like, "Nito, I came to talk to you." Third floor. I remember that much. Was it 302? For the life of me, I couldn't remember. I'd visited Nito's room briefly the other day, but I couldn't remember which room it was. Oh man, I can't believe I'm stumbling over something like this. All I had to do was talk to Nito. I just needed to tell her what was happening now and have her think about her own feelings. It's so like me to get all tangled up for something like this. I mean, this kind of thing only happens when I'm trying to be cool. Should I call Nito? No, she might not be able to answer since the stream is about to start. I checked the time, 30 minutes until the stream. She'd probably be getting ready by now, so it's doubtful she'd notice. Nito didn't usually keep her smartphone close at hand, either. All right then. No choice. I decided to go with my gut and pressed the buttons for 302. I hit the call button. A ding-dong-like chime rang, and after a brief pause, "Yes?" A confused voice came through the speaker. It was the wrong voice, clearly not Nito's. It was husky and calm, unlike Nito's smooth and cheerful one. Oh, crap. I rang the wrong person's apartment. It might have been dinner time, too. But wait, you're Nito-senpai's. The person on the other side of the speaker seemed to recognize me. You're Nito-senpai's boyfriend, aren't you? Huh? Oh, yeah, I am. It's me. The voice's owner seemed to relax a bit. Saki, the streamer. Oh, nice to see you again. It was Saki-san, Nito's colleague from Integrate Mag. She was the one I met when she moved in here the other day. I see, so I accidentally called the room next to Nito's. You came to see Nito-senpai, right? Saki asked from the other side of the speaker. It's her live stream soon. That's right. I have something I want to talk to her about. I'll open the door for you. As Saki said that, the automatic door in front of me opened. Nito-senpai's room is 303, so please go to that one. Understood. Thank you very much. I bowed deeply to the camera and hurried to the elevator hall section. What's wrong? I was at Nito's apartment. She'd come to the door of the room where the live stream was all set up. Is there something you need? My breath caught for a moment. She was already in her Nito mode. From her steady gaze, to her calm expression, from her low voice, to the black dress she wore, and above all, her aura. The atmosphere surrounding her was different from when she was usually in the club room. I'd seen it many times during my first high school life. Nito, the musician, whom I could only watch through videos online. Now, she was right in front of me. Glancing over, I saw a keyboard and a mic set up in the living room. Next to them were a laptop and lighting equipment. There were two other people, Minaze-san and another man around her age, who was working on something. Probably an Integrate Mag staff member. I felt overwhelmed for a second. A live stream that had determined the fate of the agency was about to begin. Needless to say, I'm terrified of sticking my neck into it and stirring things up. But I thought of the future where Nito disappeared and the despair I felt at the time. If it means avoiding that, if it means protecting her, I'm willing to take a step forward right now. I have something to talk to you about. I looked straight at her as I said that. It's important, so please listen, but the stream is about to start. That's all Nito said as she headed back into her room. Can't it wait until after? I want to talk right now. I couldn't help raising my voice as I hurried after her. Minaze-san and the man looked at us in surprise, but I couldn't stop. I really need to talk. So, I need some time. Nito looked back at me, before turning back to the living room. Minaze-san, Yano-san, can I talk to him for a bit? Fine with me. But what about the equipment, Yano-kun? All good. We've already finished the rehearsal, so we just need to adjust some things after the stream starts. Thank you. Nito bowed her head to the two of them. Then she sat down on a chair in front of the keyboard, which was apparently to be used for the live stream. What do you want to talk about? She looked up at me and tilted her head. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? In response, I took a deep breath and looked straight back at Nito. Igarashi-san's mother collapsed, I said bluntly. She was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and I went with Igarashi-san. There was silence for a moment. You could practically cut the tension in the living room with a knife. I see. But her voice was surprisingly calm. Nito's voice was as it normally was. No. It actually sounded even more flat and cold than usual. How's she doing? Well, it looks like she's okay. She'll need to stay in the hospital for a bit, but her life isn't in danger. I'm glad, Nito said simply. Thanks for telling me. When I get some time, I'll go visit her. She didn't seem surprised or upset in the slightest. After a short pause, something dawned on me. That's right, Nito must have known all along. She knew that Igarashi-san's mother would collapse today, and also that it wasn't life-threatening. She's looping through her high school, going through these same 3 years over and over again. She said that the events that happen in each loop change each time, and that's true. But maybe there are things that stay the same too. Specifically, things that Nito has no control over. Like events happening in the world and the weather. Igarashi-san's mother's health problems probably aren't really something that Nito can change. So, Nito wasn't hearing this news for the first time. So that's what it is. I felt like a lot of things had clicked into place. This must be it. Given how Nito is now, this must be the other reason why things fell apart between her and Igarashi-san. Nito doesn't know that her attitude will lead to a falling out, even though she knows about the hospitalization from her loops. She said this was the first time she'd been this successful so early into a loop, so it's the first time she's hearing this news in such a stressful situation, and is thoughtlessly reacting this way to the event. With her live stream about to start and the fact that she already knows the situation, her response ultimately stays dry and detached. That probably didn't change when it came to Igarashi-san, either. She interacted with Igarashi-san, who was deeply hurt, as the musician Nito, and remained calm. From Igarashi-san's point of view, it must have felt like she was being pushed away. As a result, the two of them had a huge fight, or their relationship just faded away. Either one. If so, now I know the heart of the problem between the two of them, and what I need to do is clear. Listen to me, Nito. I reached out to her one more time. Listen to me not as a musician, but as Igarashi-san's best friend. Nito looked at me again. Not understanding what I was getting at, she tilted her head in confusion. Igarashi-san's parents are divorced, right? I continued. Her mom is very kind to her. That's why she loves her everyday life so much. You've seen how she's been trying out a bunch of different hobbies lately, haven't you? But in the end she realized that what really matters is just those normal days that pass by. She wants to treasure the time she gets to spend with her mom. Nito just stared at me silently. Her face was calm, reminding me that she was still in her musician mode. That's why it hit her hard when her mom collapsed. As I said that, I felt Nito's expression wavered a little bit. Sure, it didn't turn out to be a big deal. Her life isn't in danger, and I think she'll be able to return to her normal life soon. But I can't help but think how scared she must have been. She could have lost her only parent, the most important thing to her. Just thinking about it made my chest tighten up. Even when I imagined something happening to my parents, I feel a chill run down my spine. That's coming from someone who grew up in a very ordinary household, and hasn't really felt much gratitude for my parents. So, the shock that Igarashi-san received and the fear she felt must have been immense. I'll talk to her later. But still, Nito remained as Nito. In a small voice, she replied, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or the start of next week, but I definitely will, if that's what you think as a best friend. Nito, I don't mind. I hammered the point home again. But that's not it, is it? You're listening to what I'm saying as a musician right now, aren't you? I knew it couldn't be helped. Nito was about to perform on a live stream that would determine the future of the agency. I couldn't blame her for reacting like this. So, this is a favor I'm asking from you. All I could do was ask. Even just for a second, can you think about this as Igarashi-san's best friend? Nito's eyes went wide. Even just for a second, can you think about it as her childhood friend? Can you think about it before starting the live stream? Those words, my words, made Nito's aura visibly shake, and then her expression softened. Her stiff cheeks flushed, and the sparkle returned to her eyes, which had seemed so fixed just a moment ago. She blinked 2 or 3 times and let out a small gasp. Minae-san. It was Nito's voice again, the slightly carefree, high-pitched voice I always hear in the club room. Excuse me, how many minutes until the live stream starts? Minae-san glanced at the clock and answered succinctly, about 15 minutes. She added, it's okay if it's about 5 minutes late. In fact, being late might make it more exciting. Thank you. Nito bowed her head in gratitude and quickly snatched the smartphone from the table next to her. Then, she quickly swiped her finger across the screen and pressed it to her ear. Nito-san. The male staff member who had been silent until now, Yano-san, I believe his name was, raised his voice. Sorry, that smartphone. It's still set up from the audio test earlier, so all the sound might come out. Just as he said, the line call tone started ringing from the speakers set up in the room, but Nito just glanced at him and shot back, I don't mind. With a click, the call connected. Nito, right next to me, yelled out that name so loud it made me jump. Megari told me. Where are you now? Are you okay? Nito's face had turned pale. It was an expression of hers I'd never seen before. After a brief pause, Igarashi-san's voice came through the speaker. Okubo General Hospital. Don't worry. Things have settled down now. You're still there? Yeah. I'm just finishing up with the payment, and then I'll head home. I'm coming right now. Nito shouted as she stood up from her chair. I'm coming too, so wait for me. Minae-san flinched and looked at her. The other guy, I'm sure his name was Yano-san, looked tense too as he glanced at Nito. Huh, right now? Yeah, I'm on my way. You're coming here, Chika? Yes, I just need to go to the lobby, don't I? Nito said as she grabbed her bag that was beside her and tried to leave the room. But Chika, you have a live stream soon, don't you? Igarashi-sans replied calmly. It's okay, just focus on that. But that's not important right now. Chika, this live stream isn't just about you. It's fine, I don't care about that right now. Hearing that, Igarashi-san went quiet for a moment. Minaze-san and Yano-san watched on with bated breath. Then, what are you talking about? A loud voice came through. Her voice was so loud it was a wonder the speakers didn't crack. Chika, you said this live stream was important, that you absolutely can't fail. But, we both have things we need to do, you know. Even with Nito desperately verbally clinging on, Igarashi-san didn't budge an inch. I'll take care of Mama, and I'll be fine. So, Chika, you do what you need to do. Feeling the intensity in Igarashi-san's voice, Nito looked overwhelmed and plopped back down in the chair. I get it. She nodded slightly. Oh, okay. I'll do the live stream. But, I'll sing for you, Moan. If you can listen, then listen. I'm gonna sing for you and your mama. Thanks. Igarashi's voice grew softer. A total 180 from just a second ago. It was obvious, at least to me, that she was smiling on the other end of the phone. I'll come as soon as it's over. Got it? I'll be waiting. Okay. I'll talk to you later. See you. With that, Nito ended the call. She locked her smartphone and put it back down on the table. I'm sorry. What I said was selfish. First, she apologized to Minaze-san and Yano-san. I was just so worried. I wanted to bail on the live stream and go check on her. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Minaze-san shook her head, looking at Nito as if at a little sister. Let's give this stream our best shot. Yes. Igarashi-san had changed. She found who she wanted to be and what mattered to her most, and because of that, Nito was able to change too. She was able to face her as a best friend. This is their new relationship, all right. Nodding, Nito's expression changed. Let's do this. We'll definitely make this a success. She was radiating an aura of intelligence. Her face became calm, her mouth tightened, and her eyes narrowed with a cool look. But, why? Why did she still seem to have the same vibe as regular Nito? It feels like I'm breathing the same air as Nito, the one I see barefoot in the club room. Good luck. The words just came out naturally. Do your best, Nito. Yeah. When Nito looked over at me, she quietly nodded and smiled. At the start, the stream cracked 10,000 concurrent viewers. All those, for Nito's first live stream. Her performance in her living room was about to begin. Under the dim, indirect lights, she was clearly in a state of intense focus, whether seeing her through the monitor or up close with my own eyes. The comment section was blowing up fast, along with a viewer count that was shooting through the roof. As far as I could tell, there weren't any issues with the connection. For now, at least, it looked like the problems that plagued Saki-san the other day weren't happening. She took a long pause, her head down. Then, as she raised it, she brought her face closer to the mic. Nice to meet you. Those were the first words out of her mouth. I'm Nito. Nice to meet you. I could feel chills running down my spine. All she'd done was introduce herself. All she'd done was say her name. Yet, I felt a huge surge of emotion. My heart was beating so loudly that I was worried it'd be picked up on the stream. I couldn't move a muscle, and a single bead of sweat ran down my back. Then, for some reason, I'm sorry. She apologized, and laughed. Even though I've gathered you all here today, I want to sing for one friend. For a best friend who's been with me since we were little. A best friend who's been with me since we were little. Right, it must be the same for Nito, whether she's Nito or Nito. Truth is, it was something that never changed, but she got it twisted. Until now, she'd clung to what was in front of her, and unknowingly let it go. This time, though, was different. This time, Nito firmly grasped that hand. So, if that's okay with you, Nito continued in a light voice, I'll sing my heart out, so please listen until the end. And then, it hit me. This was the first time Nito smiled in public. It was the first time she had shown that smile to others, both in her first round of high school and in this second one. The comments section was on fire. Almost all of the reactions were positive, and the viewer count jumped up another notch, making my heart race. "All right then, please listen," Nito said, and her very first live stream began. Epilogue. "I'm really, really sorry. No, no, no. I also think I was way too pushy." It had turned into a battle of apologies. I was at futsal for the first time in a hot minute. Igarashi-san and Mitsuya-san, who bumped into each other here, were falling over themselves to apologize. But, I mean, I was really reckless too, because it was me who set things up to turn out that way. It was the day after Nito's live stream. Igarashi-san met with Mitsuya-san and, just as I thought, she had apparently asked to break up. It was a sudden and selfish request after they just started dating. She was braced for a lot of trouble, but surprisingly, Mitsuya-san seemed to have seen it coming and was cool with it. Plus, he seemed to be doing some soul-searching himself, saying, "Honestly, I knew I was forcing you to go out with me." Turns out, he had his own suspicions about Igarashi-san's behavior. He even apologized for not noticing it, saying, "Even though I'm the older one and I'm sorry I didn't notice." And now, after a fair while, they finally met face to face. The two of them started where they left off, right on the spot. But still, I really did something terrible out of my own selfishness. No, no, it's okay. Really. The endless sorry fest made the people around them smile wryly. They did end up breaking up. They didn't turn into a couple, but with the vibe they've got going now, they might just be able to stay friends without it being too awkward. Oh, right. Mitsuya-san looked like he just thought of something. "Is it okay for me not to give up on you, Moon-chan?" "Not give up?" "Yeah. I mean, technically you did reject me once, but that's because I was rushing things too much. So, is it okay if I start fresh and try to win you over again?" Oh. Igarashi-san seemed to finally get it and nodded once. Then, she looked down and fidgeted like crazy. She wasn't able to hide her embarrassment as she answered him. Well, it's not out of the question." And so, Mitsuya-san and Igarashi-san's relationship took on a new form. Mitsuya-san, who had a one-sided crush on Igarashi-san, settled into that troll section. "Well, I wasn't in favor of you two dating to begin with. We were on the way home the same day." That's what Nito, who had come to watch the futsal game, said to Igarashi-san as she sat next to her on the train. "I'd say this is a pretty decent outcome." "No, Nito, you didn't really give your opinion, did you?" As I listened to their conversation, I couldn't stop a bitter smile creeping onto my face. "You were spaced out even when Igarashi-san was asking you a bunch of questions. You're way too late saying that." "No, for real, it was terrible back then." She just went on a double date and then retreated into her own little world. "I know there were some things that couldn't be helped, but can't you be a little more humble? Besides, it's not like Igarashi-san completely rejected him either," I said, and glanced at Igarashi-san. "If he puts in the effort from now on, they might still end up together. Who knows what's gonna happen." "What, seriously? Do you think that could actually happen?" Nito, for whatever reason, didn't seem very happy about that, and scrunched up her eyebrows anxiously. "Can he really pull off a big comeback like that now? Why would she react like that?" "Igarashi-san might want a boyfriend too. As a best friend, Nito should support her." "Huh? You're really saying that?" Igarashi-san, who had been silently listening to the conversation, looked at Nito with a grin. "Chika, are you gonna be lonely if I get a boyfriend?" "What? You'd be lonely if I got all lovey-dovey with a boy, wouldn't you?" "Huh, seriously? Is that what Nito's reaction means? Now, out of the blue, Nito's getting all possessive?" "There's no shot that's true, right?" "Surely she's just talking playfully." But then I looked at her. Her face was so red it was practically turning into a beetroot, and she was trembling with a terribly frustrated and embarrassed look to match. "Bullseye. It's not like that," Nito said and shook her head furiously. "I'm just worried about you, that's all." "Sure, Sure. I really think you NI students have a bit of a dangerous side. And he seems to be popular, too. Oh, I see, I see. Got it. Igarashi-san laughed happily. You really love me, don't you, Chika? Yeah, that's probably true. Igarashi-san and Nito may lose sight of that sometimes. They may treat each other harshly at times, but they truly cherish each other from the bottom of their hearts. That's why they've been best friends since kindergarten. Anyways, Chika, you have a boyfriend by the name of Sakamoto. You're being too selfish. Yeah, she does, but it's different. I won't be lonely. Okay then, what if I go tell Mitsuya-san right now? Oh, I wanna date you after all. You won't be lonely? See, you look lonely. Igarashi-san laughed happily. That look on her face made me realize that this was their new relationship. Igarashi-san and Nito had found a new way to be together. But, you know. Igarashi-san turned to Nito and smiled as we arrived at Hojikibo Station and got off the train. If we really do end up dating, make sure you give us your blessing, okay? I wanna celebrate it with you. You know it. Nito still didn't look fully convinced, but she gave Igarashi-san a nod anyway. I'll keep the party going for 3 days and nights. That's way too much, isn't it? I'll compose a song and perform it live. You could charge money for a party like that. As we chatted away like that and passed through the ticket gate, Igarashi-san stopped, then turned to us. I'm gonna stop by the supermarket on my way home, she said, smiling at us. Today is Mama's discharge party section. I'm sure she'll come back. I was back in the present timeline. The 18-year-old Igarashi-san had just told me that at our meeting place in the park, Chika will definitely come back. That's why I'm waiting here. Her expression was like an older sister watching over her younger sister. She looked more calm than I'd ever seen her before. Right. I had to admit, I was feeling a whole lot better. Yeah, I'm sure she'll come back too. We were 3 years in the future. And even though the relationship between Igarashi-san and Nito had improved and they remained best friends, Nito's disappearance remained unchanged. She still disappeared, leaving a letter saying I will definitely come back. Even now, more than 10 days later, there had apparently been no contact. Honestly, I was disappointed. I had high hopes that if Nito continued to be friends with Igarashi-san, maybe she wouldn't be backed into a corner. Hopes that maybe this time, she wouldn't disappear, but the outcome remained the same. It seems like the reason she's getting cornered hasn't been dealt with, even now. You okay? Igarashi-san asked, peering into my face. Sakamoto, you seem pretty down. Yeah, I guess. I scratched my head and honestly admitted that to her. It's really tough. I wonder why it turned out like this. Why did she end up like this? Well, yeah. Igarashi-san said and smiled at me. I'm curious about that too. I wonder what went wrong. Like, if I could have done something. Yeah. But, she started saying as she looked at me, I know she's strong. Her voice was full of conviction. As a best friend, I've seen her strength many times, so when she comes back, I want to welcome her with a smile. That's what I'm thinking. You know. Fair enough. What she was saying made me realize that at least we were moving forward, one step at a time. On the surface, nothing may change. Nito's disappearance and the situation we are in may not change, but still, we've come a long way from the first 3 years, when I broke up with Nito and couldn't do a single thing. I want to keep looking for it from now on, a future where I can be with Nito, a present where I can be by her side. So, I came up with an idea. My resolve was set within me. It was time to increase the number of our comrades. In the past timeline, it was time for us to get more comrades who can fight by our side. And, of course, there was only one person who fit the bill. Section. So I came from the future. I returned to the past timeline. I said that to the girl in front of me. A black bob-haired girl with sulky eyes and a petite body, my junior from junior high. Makoto. I came from the future, 3 years from now, from the future where you become my junior, Makoto. Makoto's eyes went wide. For a while, she just stood there with her mouth slightly open, unable to grasp what it meant. What are you talking about? She looked dumbfounded. From the future, what on earth do you mean? Digital exclusive bonus. Original short story, digital is the best. I refuse to accept digital technology. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? As usual, we were in the astronomy club room after school. As Nito suddenly blurted out that comment, I looked up from my smartphone. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed. Seriously, everywhere I look, it's all data this and gigabyte that. People rely too much on digital technology. How about valuing the warmth of analog a bit more, huh? I found myself tilting my head in confusion in the face of her sudden outburst. Did something happen? Nito, you've never said anything like this before. It sounds like you were born in the Showa era or something. Did something trigger it? Yeah, it did, Nito nodded, looking sullen. You know, I went to a record store for the first time just the other day. I listened to an analog record for the first time ever and it blew me away. Nito's eyes sparkled as she talked. The way the sound is packed is totally different. It's like I can feel the breath of that time, or the presence, especially when listening to old albums. It's so clear. Ah, I see. So, it got me thinking maybe analog is the real deal for everything in this world. Even things that are getting replaced by digital. Perhaps the real, tangible ones are the best. Like, take the ebook you're reading, for example. Nito jabbed her finger at my smartphone. True. I was reading a light novel on a smartphone app as we spoke. In other words, I was right in the middle of enjoying digital content. Does an ebook feel like a real book? The joy of turning pages? The pleasure of owning it? No. I guess not. But the characters you see on paper and the ones you see on a display are different, aren't they? The page layout and illustrations look completely different in a real book and data, right? Well, yeah, I see your point. It may seem trivial, but that's important too. So, the goodness of analog is the strongest. The world should ditch digital and return to reality. Nito's passionate speech had me crossing my arms. It's not like I didn't understand what she was saying. There was definitely a certain charm in analog. I want stuff like that to continue to exist. But, so, let's say digital technology disappears. Okay, Nito, you're posting your songs on video sites, aren't you? You make your songs on a computer, and all the recording and filming is done with digital equipment. That's right. Looking troubled, Nito gave me a single nod. If you replace that with analog, you'd first have to play the song on a piano and record it on tape or something. You can't redo it like in digital, so you'd have to record it in one take every time. Oh, her eyebrows, which had been sharp, now formed a pitiful figure-8 shape. Even filming a video would require renting a studio and hiring staff, and it would cost a lot of money. Nito clenched her teeth in frustration. Then, the problem is how to get many people to watch the video. Without video sites, you'd have to somehow get it aired on a TV station or something. That's impossible for an individual to do. Nito groaned, holding her head in her hands. Even if you do manage to get it aired, not everyone can watch it at once. Even if people watch it and think it's good, there are no online forums, so good reviews won't spread. Seemingly understanding the reality of it, Nito slumped in disappointment. I mean, there were many benefits to digital technology. If it weren't for ebooks, my room's bookshelf would be overflowing with books. I wouldn't be able to stay up late on the release day of a favorite new work, or download it as soon as the day ticked over. For people in rural areas, going to a bookstore might be a struggle, or there might not even be a store nearby. There are good things about electronic media. That's how it would be. But what do you think? I asked, peering into Nito's face. Do you still think we should ditch digital technology? In response, Nito closed her eyes tightly. It looked like she was deep in thought, her face filled with pain. And then, suddenly lifting her face, Nito looked at me with a bright expression. Digital technology is the best, she said in a sing-song voice. By the way, personally, I think it's good to keep a balance between using digital and analog technology. Afterward, I had several goals in writing Hardcore to make it the best masterpiece, a goal set for every series, to portray the character Nito in a cute way. Goals related to style, structure, and outcome. Among these many goals, what I was particularly conscious of was changing myself as a writer. I felt like I had overcome a wall before writing Hardakoi. I was able to have many people read Sankaku no Kiriwake Gaira Nai Zero, and I was able to shape my ideals in Hiari-chan no Enagai Wazetai in Koi wo Yozora wo Watat. I was able to meet many wonderful people. I think it was a very happy time for me as a writer. In fact, I was very satisfied. However, I was really afraid of stopping there. I felt like I would stop progressing, or I would settle into my own style. I had a feeling that it would be bad if I became like that. So in this Hardakoi, I wanted to continue to bring out my strengths while constantly taking on new challenges. Denjeki Bunko also says that anything goes as long as it's interesting. In that sense, this second volume was able to break out of my own frame in a good way. The structure, story, development, and characters. I think I was able to challenge things that I couldn't come up with on my own by consulting with S-san, my editor. I think I was able to write a very good volume. My attachment to the characters deepened within me. Also, it was simply very fun to write. I hope you all enjoy it as well. From now on, I want to continue to take on challenges in this series. Of course, I will also work hard on the story at the same time, so please look forward to it. I have some crazy fun ideas for the future. So, thank you to everyone who supported the writing of this work. Thank you to Haiten-san for drawing the illustrations. I am always surprised by how much you exceed my expectations. Thank you very much. And above all, thank you to everyone who picked up this work. I hope to see you again in the next volume. Misaki Seiji no Miya. End of Volume 2.